at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been abolished traveling. आज तो बुझाए मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना. तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओ के बोलिया कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees with your history. Put your back down on your knees with your. I am the. Put your back down on your knees with your history. 'Cause I am the Raja.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome to OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia. अब इस दिन के लिए हम कब से इंतजार कर रहे थे.
हर एक एंगल में चैलेंज किया जा रहा है.
And VCSA head up का support, head up with the board.
And it will be the 3K and everything. Step down करते हुए रेफरी और एक और बार.
The champion, it's Team.
Split 2 comes in with a lot of surprises and a message saying consistency always prevails. Welcome to Valorant Challenger South Asia 2025, where I'm going to be a host of Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Scared Yet. And Scared, it feels like Split 1 just ended a couple of days ago and now we're already inside of Split 2.
I mean, there's so many things happening all around the chopping block right now. You know, I'm super excited for what's going to happen right now because Split 1 was an utter domination by VLT and teams like Revenant XSpark. But this time, there are a few new teams who are resurging out to try and reach onto that first place prize.
Exactly. We've also got a few more fresh names over here. I'm speaking of the players themselves. A few roster changes as well. That's going to be interesting too. But since we know it's the day when the Split 2, things might just be a little bit more refined because Split 1 also was sort of like an experience curve for these guys.
Yeah, for a lot of those teams specifically, because there were teams who were having a lot of struggle in terms of facing the Goliaths, but you know, you have to face those Goliaths if you want to win something big.
And yeah, speaking of something big and something really important, that's going to be the prize pool, 1.13 crore plus. Split 1 had 26 lakhs for itself, but Split 2 is going to be even more, 29 lakhs on the line. And inside of Split 3, we're going to have 53 lakhs, and then the special prizes also come into play. That's going to be 4 lakh for the individual. Let's have a look at the Split 2 prize pool distribution. First placing team will get 12 lakhs, the second one will get 6.4 lakhs, the third one will get 4.4, and it's going to keep on descending downwards.
I will have to say, you know, a lot of people might want to quote me for this one, but I would have said that maybe it's VLT with the first place and then the other teams fighting for the second, third and fourth. But with the changes that have happened this time around, you know, anything can happen. There's so many changes in the roster, some new faces now coming on the block as well, and I'm pretty sure they'll be excited to earn these split points.
Exactly. And speaking of split points, let's have a look at the point system itself. Split 1, the points are right in front of you. Even inside of Split 2, the points are going to be amped up a bit more, and Split 3 is going to have the most amount of points. At the end of all the splits, the points will be calculated from based on the overall standings and based on the performance of these teams in all the splits, and then the top 4 teams will be picked to move on towards the Ascension qualifiers.
Absolutely, and then they'll have their own brackets as well, playing there. Only one team will qualify for that Ascension. So it's not about you winning one tournament and then eventually moving up there. You have to be consistent. And consistency is the second name of teams like Velocity, teams like Revenant XSpark, also teams like Reckoning and Global Esports Academy.
And yeah, the crazy part is somehow even SNUL have found themselves over here inside of the chopping block. But let's speak about some of the interesting names too, right? Some of the dark horses, if you'd like to say. We've got Asterisk on the board this time around, and I've also heard there are a few roster changes inside of Asterisk that might just spice things up. But you know what? Let's have a look at the playing teams for now. Velocity Gaming, Revenant XSpark, you've also got EXE Esports, in the past known as OG, Reckoning Esports 2 on the screen, SNUL, Global Esports Academy, EXE and Asterisk.
It's somewhere along the similar lines of their positions back in Split 1 as well, because at that time third was Orangutan, this time as you said known as .exe Esports, and EXE though. This is a new team that have basically shown up from promotion relegation based on the standings of Split 1. Aura and Asterisk were the one who were dropped down there, where Asterisk have prevailed again, moved back up in Split 2, and now we've also got EXE. I'm really excited to see how they're going to perform.
The best part about the Split 2 that it's going to be a double elimination bracket. Velocity is going to face off against Asterisk. That's going to be the first match. The second match of the day is going to be between Reckoning Esports and Global Esports Academy. Tomorrow we're going to have Revenant XSpark facing off against EXE, and then .exe will be facing off against SNUL.
Yeah, and you know what? I just recently submitted my pick'ems as well, and I'm pretty sure, most of the people might actually want to agree with me, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to the matchup between VLT and Revenant XSpark if they continue to move on. But that is only if they keep on winning, because they've got a few thorns up in their own matches as well.
Now, as I mentioned, yes, Velocity versus Asterisk is going to be the first match, but as we mentioned too, that there's also a few spiced up things inside of Asterisk. Now, they've brought in 3 new players, and I would really love to see what sort of a difference and what sort of an impact these guys can really make on the board.
Absolutely, you know, Rinsed, Bullet, as well as Heart, all of these 3 new faces now. If I'm not wrong, they only have retained 1 player from their previous roster, and that is Yash. Apart from that, they've also got Prime. If I've got to get a recheck on that one, but I'm pretty sure that is how things really are. Prime used to play all the way back in Aura, and it's more or less a revamped roster entirely in terms of experience. I think so we are back on the same track where you've got 1 player who has played a lot But all the rest of the players, yeah, they're the kind of new boys across the corner.
So pretty much it's like a new and a reformed roster from Asterisk. But you know what? We also need to speak of VLT. SK Rossi, one of the OGs inside of the circuit. You've also got Lightning Fast, even Riss is right there, and then Madeline and Damara in the play.
Yeah, the core of the OG global esports that used to play in the Pacific, SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, Russ, they have got a lot of experience. You know, if we are talking about that, they're the exact opposite of what Asterisk is right now. This is a very new roster, very refined players as well, new up across those corners, but that's the whole part about it. Bullet, Heart, and NZ. These three are the players who we will eventually focus on because they're the ones who have got to pull this team up on their shoulders and move against the Goliaths.
Generally speaking, Asterisk might just be a complete surprise package that will be unfolded in the upcoming game.
Yeah.
Because yes, I do understand in Split 1 the performance was not exactly the way we expected it to, but since they've got a completely new roster, just one player retained, that really is not going to make a lot of difference. So Asterisk now bringing in 4 new players on the board. I genuinely think this can be a big impact maker.
You know, we're talking about the impact itself, and I think so the impact of all these new players is going to be crucial, but something that we actually have a proof of is the fact that Madeline and Damara are 2 additions in VLT that were added all the way back when they were playing the qualifiers as well for the Split 1, and this is the strength of this team. It has moved all the way from the bottom towards the top to claim that top prize, and the way how those 2 pieces are fit in the puzzle, I don't think so there's any other team that is eventually coming close. Damara with the Bucky in the hands of a Neon, yeah, you can't really stop him from getting one.
Look, in my opinion, Asterisk is going to be having a lot of pressure when they're going to face off against Velocity, especially when they've got 4 new players on the board that haven't even faced off against VLT in the Split 1. They do not have that experience. And that is something VLT can really capitalize on since they've got so much experience inside of the South Asian region, and they can easily dominate through the first game itself. But I'm speaking of the first map particularly. And you know what? Speaking of the map itself, we're going to have the map video roll up on the screen soon.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Lotus because that was a map Asterisk loved to play it, and yep, but it's actually a pick of VLT too, and I have to say, it doesn't matter what map VLT is playing, they had a flawless record throughout the entire Split 1. They only lost the map of Abyss once, and apart from that, they've not lost a single map, and the fun fact is Abyss is not even in the rotation. And another fact, Asterisk have only won 1 map in the entire Split 1, and that was map of Abyss. It's gonna be a tough journey for this team, Split, Lotus, and if we go for the map 3, that's gonna be Haven, but I'm excited to see how Asterisk are gonna perform on Split.
But here's the thing, that was with the previous roster, not with the latest roster that is there currently with Asterisk. So anything can happen with this new roster. Maybe they can take it real up close and personal against VLT, and anything can happen over here. And you know what? We've also got the agent select on the screen. Madeline going with Fade. You've got SK Rossi with Jet this time around.
Yeah, I mean, normally we see SK Rossi pick a chamber, but it's absolutely fine. It's not the map of Lotus, it's the map of Split. So seeing this double duelist combination, we were discussing about the fact that what SK Rossi is actually going to play. Fixes was here around the corner too. And we were like, yeah, he normally plays Sentinel, sometimes he fills in for the team, but you know what? I'm excited to see how this roster is going to perform. But there's also a deadlock on the side of Asterisk.
Even that can be an interesting play from their side. But just looking at the composition itself, it really tells us about the playstyle that VLT might just bring on the board. It feels like they will be much more aggressive compared to the players of Asterisk. And why not? They do have a lot of experience. They do have a lot of firepower as well. VLT is known to pack a lot of punch. And maybe this time, it's time to blow the opponents and give them a big punch in the gut. Velocity on the screen, Asterisk as well. They seem pretty much ready as Velocity is going to kick things off on attack.
2 ghosts across the block as well. Just 1 for the side of VLT. It seems like mid is where they want to aggress.
Exactly. A bit of an aggressive start from the side of Asterisk this time around. 3 players pushed up, but Velocity still winning all the trades. Man advantage in the hand of 2E4 seems an executable at this point. At this time, we all know Asterisk with just 2 man. They need to back away and try and play for safety.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, at this point you need to take a few of those risks as well, and their read is absolutely wrong. They think that the entire team of VLT is going to run down towards the A side, while B is where they're going to plant, and they're going to have a lot of aggressive positionings as well. Snakebite available, Prime will eventually get back his guided salvos too, so maybe, but Russ still has got his full kit available. There's also a paint shell for Damara. I don't see any way for Asterisk to be able to retake this unless they show some individual heroics.
Both the remaining players heading towards the site. Velocity primed and ready. Mara as well does not really have a lot of HP, but still should be more than enough.
One enemy remaining.
Stun's gonna catch the players. Asterisk, it does not really feel like they're gonna pull off a lot, and just like that, Velocity wraps up the first round.
Super comfortable for them. Anticipated the mid-aggressive play of Asterisk. We normally see them doing the same thing, even during the split one as well. I think so they've also watched a few of the scrims that have happened here and there. But VLT again with that same confidence, understanding the mechanics of this map. You need to take that mid control, and if in case the opponent is trying to take it, you basically make a crossfire, which they did. But also standing in that room again, and a player was over towards the Sivers as well. It's going to be a comfortable buy. 3 rifles, a couple of ghosts. They are already preparing for the bonus round.
Of course, why not? Velocity's hitting their shots. Feeling at the top of the game as well. Luckily enough for them, B-side is completely empty.
Yep.
Players towards Heaven are going to try to play for the retake, but they just do not really have the suitable weaponry to make the retake happen.
Spike
4
player.
players already tried to the site. One man's all the way back towards main. Velocity's ready. As the players start to funnel in, Velocity's going to be an absolute meat grinder. Grinding through the opponents as they do not even stand a chance. Yeah, beautiful shot from Yash, but that's all he got.
Yeah, the rifle, is it recoverable is the question though, because it's on top of that box. Yeah, that's a bummer for them, losing one rifle out there, and Asterisk should be happy with that one.
I'm all out.
Unless they don't know about it, but we're talking about that preparation. They've also added another rifle on board. There's a Sheriff. Four of them. This actually looks a pretty solid buy for VLT. Asterisk on the other side, 3 half shields. So if someone decides to go for an outlaw, might be difficult for them. The past 2 rounds, Asterisk have focused a lot onto mid, while VLT have been focusing on B-main entirely. That's why we are seeing a sonic sensor out there towards the B side. This time the setup has changed a bit.
Velocity's once again hitting that B site. Constantly repeating that same pattern. Show the presence towards mid, and then head on towards 3B. Madeline. At this point in time, it's the game of the patience. Playing mind games with the foes.
They've basically taken it. They're executing this one.
Exactly. Heart is there on the site, but I highly doubt how much damage can he really do. But hold on to that thought. Eskerossi's already picked off. He's able to pick off 2K. And holds on to that as Bullet wraps up 3 players all by himself, and it's going to be an absolute mowdown against VLT.
I love the fact what Asterisk pulled all the way around on the other part of the map, which resulted into this solid defense. They used the Teho drone a bit late in the round towards the mid, and that's where they cleared out the entirety of the game and all the way towards the spawn itself, which basically provided them all the information they needed to hold down this B side. It's a B execute, Snakebite providing a perfect stall, and then all 3 players deciding to move through it. A perfect cover provided by Bullet as well, standing all the way in heaven. I loved what happened there, and again, it's all the way down, but VLT, this is going to be the main round for them, and they're focusing on mid yet again.
That's the funny part, right? I was doubting how much impact can Hart really have in that position, and the man gets away with a nice 2-piece.
Pop flash.
Damara just waiting for the opponent to peek out, but at this point in time, discipline is going to be important. Flashes out, they wanted to go for the peek as well with the flashes, but VLT, they funnel in those frags. SK Rossi with just 8 HP was not able to win that duel, which is understandable. At the end of the day, even the Fade utilizing the ultimate, I'm not exactly sure what VLT is now going to be cooking up. Rotating back all the way towards A, mid presence was given away. And Asterisk, it feels like even they're ready for this A hit.
Oh.
Paranoia used, that's going to give the position away as well. Even the teleport comes into play! And what was that? Velocity getting stopped in their tracks. Now it's a 1-on-2. Well, make it a 1v1. Madeline, the man's absolutely heroic. He does have the recon as well, and that's what he's going to try to utilize. Maybe get away the opponent's position. Hart still uncompromised. Now his position's noticed.
He does not know. He's isolating all of those angles one after the other. He knows where Hart is.
Shove, and Madeline will take the take. A nice 3K to close things off from Madeline, and Velocity wins that round. purely off of heroics of Madeline.
Oh my goodness, Asterisk did everything right in that previous round. But it all fell down to that 2v1. Both the individuals being offered to the man and the import showing his class. What a phenomenal play. Again, this was such a nice trap setup in red. Pop flash and the pop out. That was a second too late. But it's fine. They were able to capitalize on the back of it. They knew where the rotation was heading. And they were ahead of the curve as well. I'd also have the annihilation available. It's fine. But this round, it seems a bit more aggressive over towards mid.
Judge is ready. That's where the first man gets caught. Damara was also primed and ready.
39.
Quick on the reaction. Hart this time around. A big flank. There's a man right on top of the box as well, and he gets caught. Lightning fast out of the picture. Asterisk somehow is winning every single duel they're taking. But SK Ross can still do a lot of damage, but unfortunately gets caught.
Yeah. He's going to be brought back over towards his death. Another great round. He can't do anything but just enjoy out there. Phenomenal performance from Asterisk yet again, anticipating the mid-aggressive play this time, and that's why Bullet was ready with his judge. Yeah, could not very well land in the shot, but that aggressive early lurk from Hart. And the reason why they can pull all of these is because VLT are playing very one-dimensional. They look at one part of the map, they're running it down with all of their members, they're not holding anyone on the other side. And that's why you can go out for those early lurk plays. I think so VLT should eventually play a bit more defaultish and a bit more slow in order to anticipate that, and this is exactly what they're doing now. Widespread from the mid, from A. He's going to be locked down entirely by the Viper's Pit as well, so might have to stay a bit more out of there. There's also a sonic sensor up in heaven. So if you want to play aggressive, well, good luck. You're going to get caught out there.
Utilities indeed being the kryptonite.
He split.
Mara taking a lot of control this time around, even towards vents.
Portal closed.
No control achieved. Asterisk. They are also trying to push out a little bit more control, exactly what the opponents want.
Save round though.
Should be an easy conversion for Asterisk, but still, you never know. We have seen a lot of these economical rounds converted by the opponents. That's where things can instantly fall apart. SK Rossi catching the first, Hart down and dusted. And that's why now VLT's got a lot of map control available. Even the Viper's Pit is there on the front, but
yeah,
if the sight's taken away, what can you do? Bullet has to just to try and cover himself up, but SK Rossi almost got challenged by the opponents there. Eventually, Bullet also pushes up close and personal, shuts down Rust. That Rolling Thunder was not able to find a lot of value, but at the end of the day, VLT, they've already got the sight control, and even the spikes taken away. SK Rossi with the Blade Storm available. Even Lightning Fast tucked in the corner at this point in time. SK Rossi just needs to bait them in this crosshair, and that's what he does. SK Rossi, an absolute hero, the standpoint of this round.
massive play coming in from this man, and it all fell down. I'll have to say, you know, Hart, there was no need for him to jump out there individually over towards the mid. He went out there, gave away one Phantom, and SK Rossi got a 3K with that weapon. There was a big gap up all the way in heaven. Yes, Viper's Pit was blocking the B main. You got to pick on Madeline, but that's about it. That pit eventually became their own gravestone because now they've blocked their own angles off towards the side. And there was a judge in the hands of Bullet. Not even a rifle, so he could not drop the pit. Even after that, he picked up a perfect timing on the back of it, but yeah, they had everything working. Asterisk, you know, I'll have to say, Velocity are not winning the round. Asterisk are giving it away to them.
Look, a win is a win at the end of the day. It does not matter what happens. If the opponent messes up, you still won the round. And I'm pretty sure Velocity is just counting their bank at this point, because winning that eco round has really put Velocity in a big pedestal. And that's why Asterisk instantly pulls out a tactical timeout. It's now time to discuss what exactly they want to do, since they just have a few classic Sand Sheriffs off the board. I'm not sure if Asterisk can also win this round, but as long as they're able to have some sort of an impact, maybe take a few guns away, that can at least keep the players of Velocity economy humble.
Probably. Here's the thing, you know, the previous round was an eco. It was a thrifty win for VLT. Yeah, economy is going to be a bit more stable out there. SK Rossi though still with the Bulldog.
Bring
It's gonna
them
be a hero
down.
stinger on the side of Asterisk. Yeah, I always say that hero stinger, or rather hero classic in the hands of NZ. No stack technically over towards the B side, only NZ is the one holding it down towards A, and that's where VLT are going, so probably a free side for them, unless NZ can do something out of the ordinary. Good re-clearance all the way from B main though.
Oh, risky play from NZ. Can also pay off pretty good, but there's just too many utilities. In that position, he could not really do a lot since it was a one-and-done position at the start. Asterisk now left with 4 players, and yes, it's time to play the retake as
Spike
well.
planted.
Velocity is already primed with their positions too. And look at Madeline, the man's just ready for a flank as well.
Yeah.
Is Bully gonna expect him though? That's my question.
Yeah, oh, he's given the sound of the rope. So Madeline now knows. They have the dimensional drift available, so can eventually use it if they want to, but yeah, seems like that's not happening.
Oh, what a shot that was from Yesh. Cuts off Madeline, a big threat neutralized in the back lines, another one hits. And this time it's gonna be by the Neiman Park.
Enemy remaining.
Velocity still having the man advantage and also better weaponry inside of the fight, and that's why they've got the major advantage, and just like that, it's VLT to close things off.
But a good amount of damage being dealt by Asterisk, I'll have to say. Only 2 weaponry is being carried forward for the next one too. That is going to keep the economy of VLT humble. I'm liking what they're trying to pull, and if not for that additional sound of the rope, I think this could have been a very big surprise for Madeline as well. They might not have even lost the Viper there, gained a weaponry. The numbers. Going back onto their default yet again though. Couple of players playing towards the A, coming in mid. This time VLT, they want to burst out all the way towards the A side.
Yeah, they've got the showstopper available too, right? You just vacate the site within seconds.
What?
That a pick was given to them for free. Ultimate to back it up as well, and that's going to give the position away, even though Yush, the man's not too safe back here. And already, Velocity is just roaming inside of the site like it's their home. Post-plant situation comes into play. Asterisk, they're still trying their best to fight back inside the site. As Prime is going to step in as well inside of the battlefield, but he's not able to stand too tall. The site's now starting to look like a graveyard, but at the end of the day, it's VLT once again.
I kind of wanted to see the dimensional drift, but they just decided not to use it. The Nightfall was also invested. I was really hoping for that to be used up so that eventually Yash can save his own life, but it was picked off after that, and then back and forth fight. Eventually an unfortunate 140 dink as well onto Madeline. 10 HP remaining. Phantom moment. 1v2 converted, not rather converted by the last second. Asterisk are doing everything right, but they're just not able to close out the round. They've got the Armageddon available.
Yeah.
Maybe make a play on the back of it though this time.
In this round, it's highly unlikely they invest any heavy stuff. Some heavy stuff, it's all! Hold on to that thought! That shot was made in my own words, but yeah, even the showstopper now invested from VLT. It's gonna be an even Steven trade on the board, but still man advantage in the hands of Asterisk. They do not exactly have the weaponry advantage in this scenario. Lightning fast as well, cuts off Bullet's head. Asterisk, I'm not exactly sure what NZ was doing in that position. Just walked in blind towards ropes, gets cut off. Man advantage now in the hands of VLT, just swinging back and forth consistently. And Velocity has already changed the directions towards the B side, which is completely vacant.
Weapon here.
3 people now. The utility though, apart from a paranoia, and they have to fight
Spike
fast, so that
planted.
could be detrimental for this one. Updraft as well for Rossi, maybe an off angle. Weaponry swap though. Yash now with the rifle, Prime, Stinger in the hand. Again, got the salvos up. Also got the Armageddon. Maybe can eventually clear out the backside if they want to, but none of them from VLT are actually there. They're up close and personal.
Doubt they're going to try to
enemy
do
remaining.
too heavy inside of this round itself. And the Asterisk once again just walking in blind. It feels like Asterisk do not really have a proper structure available that they just want to rely on. Majority of the times, the players are just getting caught off guard. The communication barrier is clearly noticeable.
Small mistakes which I don't really expect to see from them. They made a phenomenal play out early on by
Last
Yash.
player
Again,
standing.
first one and then a quick trade as well on the headlock. taking Damara down as soon as he used up the showstopper. Damara is not having a good day today at least, but SK Rossi and Russ are making up for it. Changing the setup a bit more this time. Hard defense playing towards the B side, but that's also where most of the VLT is actually looking. But the fun fact is SK Rossi is with Lightning Fast all the way towards the A side.
Drone is down.
So not giving a lot of information though, only of LF. But he's mostly playing as the lurker.
A little too eager.
Ammunition.
Peeks out. Deo's taken down real low. Backs away in the nick of time now. Prime does not really have a lot of HP, so he cannot go for a head-on-head duel. And what was this push from Bullet? I'm not exactly sure what Asterisk wants to pull off here. Maybe they just want to catch the players of VLT off guard. But this is completely an unplanned aggression shown from Asterisk. Communication is clearly not there between the players. Every single move they're making seems absolutely random.
This time around though, I believe Bullet just wanted to equalize the number. You lost a player over towards the A. The HP of Prime is super low. Thought maybe he can pick up a timing in the mid. But really, they know what Asterisk are doing. They were ready for it. And this time, hard.
30 seconds left.
Oh no. Lightning Fast was right there around the corner. Catching hard. One in time, just the remaining two players of Asterisk. I highly doubt even they're going to go for the commitment towards the retake. Probably a save coming through from the players. Getting away with two weaponries. Both the Phantoms.
Yep.
Hoping for the best in the upcoming round. They still do have an Armageddon available, so probably in the upcoming round they're probably going to invest that.
But here's the thing, you know, Russ used up the Rolling Thunder a few rounds ago and he's got it up as well again. And the fun fact is they're not actually getting stopped at the entry of the site. They're getting the site control. So the Rolling Thunder could be kept up for the safe, or probably the post plant that actually want to play the retake. They're going all the way to hunt them down. Damara is making all the noise in the world.
Yeah. Velocity just wants to take the guns away, and they have successfully done it as well.
How does he still get one? It blows my mind, but again, it's gonna blow through the purse of Asterisk right now in this round. Only one weaponry carried forward, and they're trying to play proactive. They're going aggressive, but most of it is dry peak, and that is where the problem is. VLT have got a pretty crispy aim. Again, all these players have played on Pacific stage, so in terms of aim, yeah, they're probably the better ones. So you'll have to utilize your utilities to try and corner them, and then maybe win one or two of the fights. But
Off your feet!
there we go. Rolling Thunder.
Back at that instant push towards people. Interesting in mind, they've got the Annihilation and also the Armageddon available, so that can be utilized to try and go for the retake. Damara wants to push up, but NC this time around snips him out. That was exactly what Damara wanted to do there. Bullet still was able to get one of his own. Velocity just winning every single trade. And just like that, without even breaking a sweat, Velocity closes another round.
They didn't even plant the spike, by the way.
Yep.
They just wanted to go for an early flood this time, Asterisk, and everything was anticipated by VLT.
That's what I mentioned too, right? The aggression that we're seeing from Asterisk is completely unplanned.
Very messy, I'll have to say, you know. Lucky for NZ to be left alive on 4 HP there, otherwise that could have been again another pick for Damara, but eventually it did not matter over towards the end.
I mean, these are the type of aggressive plays that you see in a normal competitive game.
Get out of my way!
Because you just want to win the trades, you just want to get those eliminations on the board, and just have the man advantage on your side.
Operator. Rossi.
Shot though, still got the Blade Storm available, but this time connects the second. Third one down as well with the help of the Blade Storm, and SK Rossi misses the right click. A 3v3 on the board. Could have been way worse. But now Velocity, they need to find a breaching point inside of the A site. Madeline trying to distract towards mid. Create some more space, get the map control in hand. If he does find some sort of a breaching point towards Heaven, that can be a lot of control. And on the back of that, Velocity's two players towards main can actually walk up as well. I'm pretty sure that's what the game plan seems like as well. Madeline does have the recon available, so that's going to give away a lot of positions. The moment the recon's used, Velocity will probably go for the plant.
Russ has full utility available though. And he's keeping
30
it from push
seconds
plant
left.
as well.
And Russ's utility is going to be hella annoying. Even Damara has the paint shell ready.
Spike planted.
Distance as well.
Yeah.
Haven't used a single thing in this round. Rossi was just styling over them.
Complete mechanical warfare. That's what this matchup feels like. Both the teams just want to go aggressive, win the duels, that's it.
Nice.
At this point in time, Damara losing out onto that. It's definitely going to steal the players of velocity. But if Madeline is winning duels like these, then that's going to hand out the equalizer.
Oh,
2v2 in the end, and Russ is going to line him up.
lovely play again. Madeline just baiting it all the way out for Russ to peek in and get all of both the players technically lined up and pick both of them apart. To be honest, you know, there was an assist of Russ as well in the falling of Damara, because it was his fault line that actually stunned him, and Damara was eventually forced to take that fight. But it was this moment, man. Again, picks up the first one with the operator. Lightning could not hit the shots. It's absolutely fine. He said, I'm here. Takes both of them down. Gets so eager a bit more out there. Tailwind updraft into the face of Prime. Misses out the right click. Prime very quick on that trigger. But apart from that, yeah. I'm pretty sure we did not even see the armor getting used up in the entire half previously.
Yeah, we did not.
Lack of the utilities as well. Problem out there this time around though. Asterisk into half. No room for error whatsoever. That's the first error.
Velocity at this point just running hard, confident straight up.
can't use
Giving
that.
those dry peaks, does not even care about losing the duel because they're winning
Spike
majority
down.
of the duels that they're taking. And SK Rossi just doing his classic stuff. But yeah, she's still there to put a halt. The Euro
Last
is starting to
player
create some
standing.
problems. NZ with the flank was able to catch one, but that's all he got. A 2v1 in the end, and Yush is pulling off the rotation of his life.
My question is, why is the duelist left alive? And I'm pretty sure that's going to be the question asked on the Hindi desk as well. So I can read the mind of Fritz and Spartus and Phoenix out there. But
Maybe lucky enough.
probably with 100 HP, sure. Gonna get the plant down as well, take the TP out. But there's the thing, it's a 1v2. You will have to play aggressive. But VLT should anticipate that. And that's why Russ is waiting for Lightning Fast, because they want to double up. And they've got the paranoia available.
Uncoordinated pushes, uncoordinated plays. That's what we've been seeing from both the sides. But Velocity just has an edge because of the experience factor that comes into play.
It's planted for him, but there's a smoke. And there's Lightning.
It does not matter if it's planted for you because the first bullet that comes is just directly hitting your dome.
SK Rossi turning into a Super Saiyan god from Dragon Ball. I like that. He's got the red hair. Probably taking the power from his fellow Saints sitting left and right.
Night, night. I can't.
That's also probably one of the reasons why we are seeing him on the jet and playing like an absolute beast of a Goku.
Spike down. B.
Overheat, but
Last player.
don't think so. At this point, it matters. The scoreline is 11-2. It's an eco round for Asterisk, and they're gonna pull another timeout. One more mistake, and they will move to the map point. And this is the map pick of Asterisk.
Since he's playing Duelist, I'm just getting flashbacks. Straight up. That's the same way he used to play, all the way back.
What is Fixes doing there?
Interesting. I know what you're trying to say. NZ kind of looks like Fixes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Henzi will be on the desk with us casting next game.
But I mean, now I know why Asterisk is struggling.
Yeah. Fixes told us that his rank opened up as silver.
Yeah, he was kind of bad. But you know what? 11-2 being the scoreline. At this moment, Asterisk themselves knows that pulling off a comeback might just be aiming too high.
Probably.
So maybe just try and get the confidence up for the upcoming map that's going to be there.
That's what's going to be happening with the Stinger half shield.
Not a big fan of Stingers myself, I'm not going to lie. But you know what? Sometimes when you don't have the money, that's what you gotta go with. And Asterisk
Drone going out.
still just looking to breach in towards Heaven. Luckily enough, no one available towards Heaven, so that's gonna be an easy take for them. Oh, Drone was able to spot the one man, and Damara gets caught! Stinger comes into play! And that's gonna sting down the first man himself. There is still Russ available all the way on the backside, but even Russ gets shut down. Stinger's starting to sting, and Velocity is not able to reply back strong enough. The third man is well taken down, and that's gonna be Brian, making sure that Lightning Fast does not see the second day. Velocity. This situation looks heavily in the favor of Asterisk, but since they've got a lot of Stingers on board, it might just not be favorable. SK Rossi gets caught, stunned currently. A lot of time being wasted as well. Velocity needs to do something as quick as possible. The moment they step to the crosshairs, there's going to be those Stingers stinging them instantly. And yeah, at this point in time, Velocity cannot really do a lot.
Phenomenal round from Asterisk this time around. Stinger very solid in close ranges. They quickly took the vent control and then transitioned it down the back of that Teho drone towards the B Heaven, and they picked up the correct side because this was the weaker side. Only 2 players here, 3 of them were towards the A side. Getting those individuals as well, that's where Asterisk shined the most. Perfect play, Prime just staying all the way back for
Player standing.
late to mid round play and went out perfectly. Good trades as well all across the board, and on the back of it, you've broken the buy of VLT. There we go, Damara with the Bucky in the hand. That's what I always say. If it's an eco round, Damara will
Sound
pick up.
sensor up.
Usually the man is able to find a lot of impact. But this time around, I have my doubts.
Rossi has got... If he gets a good shot, this is very much of a winnable round for VLT.
Possibly, but what if Rossi gets picked off himself? Then it's not. It all comes down to this first engagement. And as I said, if Rossi gets picked off, this round is not winnable anymore for VLT. And all the VLT fans, I did not curse. I was just speculating.
Educated guess, huh?
Yeah, it was just a calculated, educated guess.
And
Even though I'm pretty bad at maths.
yeah, I can vouch for that.
Hold on, though. Yash almost took down Lightning Fast as well.
Yeah, he saw where the smoke is coming from. Knew that Lightning Fast needs
30
to break
seconds
towards the
left.
vent, though. It's going to be an easy round for them. Again, the wall. Samara is out
Spike
there.
planted.
He's stuck. Someone's going to save him. Someone's going to bail him out.
Not looking too good, but Prime is now starting to line up those skulls. Yash on the back of that is able to follow up. And in the end, it's going to be clean swoop from the side of Asterisk. In the second half, Asterisk is now just coming back to life. They seem much more better, but as I mentioned, the scoreline is just too far away. For Asterisk to convert, the upcoming round has to be theirs, because now VLT is going to be on full buys.
Yep. And we might possibly see a few of the operator plays as well. I think so they saved enough for that. So you've got to take that into consideration too. Now I like the idea they're running with the Yoru. They've also got the Paranoia available. You have the Teho too.
Snuff them out.
Push any one of those back, but Rossi is going to play on the Blades operator in the next round. And the aggressive play seems to be towards the A. I think what VLT are doing, proactive towards B main as well. But here we go. Ceramic Children giving out a lot of info.
Yash knows exactly where the foes are positioned too, but still Lightning Fast is doing a lot of damage. Someone needs to stop the man. Gets a 3K on the site quickly, gets the man advantage in the hands of VLT. Just 2 final players remaining for Asterisk. The spike's going down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness. Right from downtown by Damara with the paint shells. It's another round for VLT, and with this, they move to the map point. A lovely play. The last stand from Lightning Fast was indeed Lightning Fast. Gets 3K out there, and we can see the smile on the face of Golu out here. He was not having any major impact on this entire map, but in this one round, he just obliterates everyone. Takes the first, turns around 180, gets the second, turns 180 again to get bullet,
enemy
and
remaining.
then gets traded out.
Yeah.
He did everything himself.
Solid stuff. That 3K right there is something that just won them the round straight up.
through.
If Landing Fast was not able to get those 3 kills, there was a big chance Asterisk could have run away with the control and also the round itself. Heroic plays sometimes do save the day, and Velocity does have a lot of heroes. That's the advantage they've got. Pick from SK Rossi, a try peek. I'm not exactly sure what Asterisk wanted to do there, but Yesh is already teleported all the way towards the sites. Yesh was able to catch the second man as well. The return points taken down. Asterisk is now starting to line up the players of Velocity. Yes, they just can't really do a lot. Damara, the only man left alive, but unfortunately shoots the clone, but still flicks on towards Prime and shuts him down. Damara getting flashed up. He's got himself isolated, but he still wins both the duels. What am I watching? As I mentioned, Velocity's winning a lot of these rounds on the back of the heroic plays, but they've just got too many heroes.
The player on the ramp
Defenders.
did a good amount of damage. 2 of the players could not pick either one of them off, but the damage was enough to set Damara up for success in that last play. Phenomenal performance by VLT, but I'll have to say, you know, last time the way how Asterisk was struggling and the amount of loopholes that I was seeing, I think so they've improved on quite a bit of them. But yes, VLT, I mean, you know what, they're just
Okay.
they're just on a different league, that's all I'll say. But I like the improvement from Asterisk.
I mean, yeah, sort of an improvement, but just look at the scoreline, 13-4.
A lot of those rounds were eventually the 1v2s, 1v1s which got converted. So I'll still have to say that if
you also got to consider one fact, and that is Velocity was playing pretty organized the first 3 rounds, but the moment they realized that Asterisk is just coming in with random pushes, even Velocity started doing the same thing.
to be honest, I kind of agree. They had
Yeah.
a read on their own attacking half that Asterisk were pushing a lot. They were trying to take a lot of space. So they just played a bit more safe. And I think so it was on the back of the round where Deadlock pushed all the way up from A main and moved from the Sivers. And after that round, VLT just decided, you know what, let's spread out a bit. Let's hold it down. They're going to push from all the other avenues.
enemy
Know that we're going to be holding those angles a little better. We'll win the inside. And eventually convert the entire half for us. And that's why we saw that 10-2 half.
This entire map was just all about the mechanical warfare. But hopefully the upcoming game is not going to be the same way, because if it is going to be the mechanical warfare once again on Lotus, then we all know who's going to come out on top.
Remember the last time scoreline was a 10-13 when both of these teams played on Lotus. Asterisk did a pretty solid job there. And
Hey, new roster. You know what? Either it can be a win or a complete one-sided loss.
I'll say either can be a win or it can be a learn.
That's one way to look at it, but you're already inside of the split too, and in my opinion, the learning chances are already narrowed down by quite a bit.
Hey, you learn throughout your life though, but there's one man who's constantly improving as well on the back of it, and that's going to be SK Rossi on the jet.
With the ACS of 330 and 19 kills on the board, and the man also managed to get 4 first picks inside of that previous map itself, and even the damage / R&D ratio is going to be 210. Solid stuff from SK Rossi. I'm able to see the flashbacks of all the way back to 2023. This is how the man liked to play.
I remember that one Pearl clip as well where he was just out-fragging everyone back when he was playing in the Pacific League though. But yes, 210 damage per round basically means he was not just getting one person but also dealing 60 more damage to everyone else around the board. And 28.3% headshot ratio is just crazy. With the fact how you're playing on a duelist and constantly taking those entries too, because it was not Damara who was getting the first entry, it was always SK Rossi, and they were getting those first bloods as well.
I mean, look at the stats. 12 first eliminations from the side of VLT, and then you've got first kills, just 5 from Asterisk. 10 out of 10 post plants from VLT, and 2 out of... The stats itself just shows that it was a complete one-sided domination. Velocity was just unparalleled to the players of Asterisk. While Asterisk, at this point in time, it feels like they are trying their best. They are giving it all they've got. But just the team synergy is clearly lacking. We're not seeing those proper communicated strategies. We're not seeing the smokes, the controller being utilized to its full. Go for a proper engagement inside of the site. So those micro plays are definitely missing.
NZ was struggling a lot onto this one with an ACS of 96 only, 6-14 and 8. He was not having a good day at all. Though, I'll have to say on the attacking rounds, I did like the wall from Bullet because it gives you a proper angle to walk onto the B side untouched. It's basically like how you would eventually place the Sage Wall first till the pillar and then walk right close to the wall. So that's exactly what you do with the Viper Wall as well. But overall, towards the other side, a good amount of impact by SK Rossi though, but even Yesh was doing a pretty good job on the other side. Here's the thing, 4 first kills for SK Rossi. Yesh also had 3 for himself, so I think so that's still a pretty solid work being done by him. Maybe they can transition it into a pretty solid the next one, but again, it's a map pick of floaters. That too by VLT.
True that. Look, for velocity, at the end of the day, in my opinion, on Lotus, they're going to have a big advantage if Asterisk is going to play the same way they did over here. If we're not going to see well-coordinated plays, if we're not going to see the controllers being utilized to the maximum potential, if we're not going to see those proper flashes being used, those proper smokes being used, a proper execution is not there towards sight, Velocity is definitely going to win the aim warfare, the mechanical warfare. Velocity will win it easily on Lotus.
I kind of agree as well on this department because I think so it's not just about the fact how they were losing those mechanical warfares. I think so a lot of it is also on the back of just not being confident or getting overwhelmed a lot by VLT, which they need to avoid for the next one.
Look, without a doubt, there's a lot of pressure on Asterisk, but since VLT has won that entire game one-sided, we all sort of have our own doubts about Asterisk coming out on top in the upcoming game. But if it still does push all the way towards the third map, it will be a sight to witness. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
welcome back after the short break. It's out of the Valorant Challenger South Asia 2025 Split 2. I'm going to be a host of Casterneck Road. This time on the panel, it's going to be Fixes with me for the second map of Lotus. And Fixes, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at the first game itself, and it was an absolute brawl.
It certainly was, but I thought you would introduce me as Enzo's maybe double or something, NZ's in fact. But yeah, it was a great game. In fact, a great start for Velocity, and this was something that we expected coming into this battle. It was a David versus Goliath matchup. Asterisk going through a little bit of that revamp with the roster, getting into players, and you could see those jitters pretty much visible. But now, moving on ahead, we're going to be going to the playgrounds of Lotus, which is, of course, VLT's home ground. So it's just going to get even more tougher for Asterisk to stage that comeback.
Exactly. And the main problem is we're not really seeing proper coordinated plays, proper coordinated executions as well, even on defense, even on the offense. And that's really a big concern, especially for Asterisk, because you really do need proper executions when you're going off against a team that is mechanically so good. And at this point in time, if they do not really use the utilities properly on the map of Lotus, since there's 3 sites, it's going to hinder them quite a bit.
You know, that's the problem, right? Both of these teams haven't really been relying on utils that much. We have seen both of them just trading mechanical blows. It's just those aim diff that has been making all that difference. And for Velocity, I think they're just too good at it. But again, when you look at the bigger picture, for Asterisk, of course, a lot on the line. It's a trial by fire for them. They have to put their A game on, and I do not know how they're going to really stage themselves back into this, because the previous time they went off against each other in Lotus, it was a close battle. But that was a different Asterisk, and this one is completely different.
And I'm not going to lie, looking at the way they played on the map of Split, I generally had a lot of expectations since the roster is completely revamped. We've got 4 new players on the board for Asterisk, and one thing is for sure, there's a reason why they're there, and there's a reason why they're playing at such a high level, right? I thought maybe it can be a big surprise. Maybe they can surprise by taking down VLT on the first map itself, because 4 new players pretty much just means that you've changed the entire roster itself. But we've got the agent composition on the screen itself, and Vice is going to be picked by Bullet, Prime going with Tejo, Breach by Hard this time around, Yush going with Raze, and NC going with Omen.
Yeah, I think pretty standard, and this is something we get to see from Velocity a lot. They rely on their comfort picks. You've got SK Rossi on that chamber, but bear in mind, do not forget Damara. He is an absolute demon with Neon, so he's definitely one to watch out for. You've got Lightning Fast, Signature Omen coming up, and then Madeline on that Fate. So yes, Velocity, they know they've got the objective set right, but they will have to be challenged. And so far, I think for Velocity, they haven't even broken any sweat coming into the second game, and ideally, they should be the victors until Asterisk really surprise all of us.
Oh no, it's never a good sign. Technical pause to kick things off. It's absolutely never a good sign. Once again, gives me a lot of flashbacks of 2023, if you know. The technical pause is extended for 30-45 minutes.
Of course, I mean, we would want both these teams to be playing on leveling grounds, and just to ensure that and make sure it's all A-okay on both the ends, as we finally get a little bit of a breather, because when you talk about this matchup, again, Omen VCSA Split 2, let me remind you folks that it's going to be double elimination. So if Asterisk did not win from here on, they get pushed back to that elimination bracket, and that is where every single round will matter. So Asterisk, they have to play as if they've got their bums on the line, and here we go.
Yeah, they're going to start things off in attack, as VLT will play on defense. And off the rip, Velocity playing for a bit of an intel. Velocity utilizing Neon to its fullest potential, going for the aggressive play. Trades did happen. But now it's taken down 04-4. Both the duelists out of commission. From the opposite, Neon from Velocity, but a quick peek from VLT. A well-coordinated play is going to give them the bad advantage back in their hands, and what am I watching? He really wanted to knife the last player. Velocity just sprinkling some salt on top of the wounds of Asterisk.
Yeah, that's going to be mentally dementing, especially if you're Asterisk. If you just get aggroed like that coming in from that push around that B-side area, clearly caught with their pants down, and Asterisk not having any answer as of now, deciding to start off from the attacking side. They do have the meta composition. You've got Breach and Tejo wanting to capitalize, but VLT really not giving them that
Yeah.
inch of that space.
Even Vice coming into play, that can really help them in post plants and on defense. Here, Rossi positioning himself in an off angle, but a quick flick. And that shutdown's gonna help him TP back away to safety. Velocity starting things off already with the man advantage. I mean, they had the advantage at the end of the day since it's the bye round for them. The opponent's playing on an eco, and Neon always an absolute menace.
Spike down, C.
Just causing so much chaos over there, enabling Lightning Fast to get those kills on the board, and seems like they're just cruising through. But again, this round can be rested, give them that leeway. Asterisk, they'll have to come with their buys, and they will have to figure a way to get past the fortress. But again, we have been discussing about how mechanically good SK Rossi is in this very region, creating a legacy for himself. And now, given the roles that he's on, so flexible as well, just an added inch of firepower. This time, towards C-side, Asterisk. What Lightning Fast and Tamara to deal with.
I just love what VLT's doing. They're not backing away from the
Oh
pressure
my
the opponents
God.
are putting up. They're answering aggression with aggression. And that Neon is really helping them quite a lot, making those quick plays as well. Velocity shutting down that entire chance of taking away the C site. Now SK Rossi's wrapped up all the way
Spike
from the
down,
back.
attacker spawn.
A skull cut. Prime taken away. Once again, Tamara giving his life away to get the position off the last man. And just like that, Velocity wraps up another quick round. Velocity's strategy is pretty simple. Answer aggression by aggression, and it's been working out every single time. Specifically this Neon. It's an absolute menace.
No, they're not even giving them that position to be aggressive. Just Velocity dictating the pace of the game, which should be rather otherwise. And at this point, even their own spawn isn't safe for Asterisk. They really need to find an answer to this aggression coming in. It's getting pinned down. Good. Still not safe to recuperate, get that mental rebalance as there you go, the fast lane. Tamara comes in and finally Bullet gets an answer. At this point, still just positioned. The A side entrance will have to back off a bit, but look at SK Rossi Necro. He's getting eager.
An absolute street ball brawl, that's what's going on.
Cover going out.
Once again, both the duelists traded off. This time around, maybe the pace can be brought down since there's no Neon available for VLT to go for counterplay. Asterisk showing some sort of a presence towards main. Lightning Fast as well does not know exactly what to do, but he's pushed himself quite back, playing defensive. Still waiting for someone to walk in.
Blinding.
It's quite confusing. Even Lightning Fast does not exactly know what's going on around the block, but now finally spots the player, and that's going to give the
30
advantage
seconds
once
left.
again, swinging in the hands of Velocity. And speaking of swing, even Prime swing back all the way towards B. He's going to have that sight look, but that's all he's going to have, as Russ is going to line them both up and tap away.
Yeah, just mowing them down, early trades, but still, Velocity Gaming not really deterred. Knew they had it in the bag, and all it took was that change of pace. You could see that layer shown up. Of course, after winning bonus, they went on, still had their buys. Of course, Asterisk really out of options, did have to opt for a semi-buy. Still not helping them out, but now they've got to resort for that timeout. And my man NZ, I'm really rooting for you. Love to see you grace the land, and yeah, there is that uncanny resemblance there.
So he's just rooting for NZ because he kind of looks like him.
Why not? I mean, why do you have to judge me for that?
I'm not judging you, but yeah, whatever. You know what? We're just going to move on. A tactical timeout.
No backup.
A tactical timeout from Asterisk. Since they know 4 rounds already done, nothing's really working out. They're trying to put everything on the line. And Velocity's always countering their aggressive pushes with aggression. And that's been a main problem. And at the end of the day, it feels like Velocity's just mechanically better. I hate to say it, but it's clearly there. Velocity is just winning more duels compared to the players of Asterisk. And as I mentioned this as well before the games even started, there is definitely going to be that experience gap, and it's clearly noticeable.
You could see those switches also. Now you've got Damara around that A side, and you've got Madeline also backing them up. Damara is just playing so aggro over there, and there you go. Duelist already out, and hungry for more is Damara.
down
Still
A.
gets one more. The trades that had to be there. Two taken down, and now they're even Steven once again.
Hold on to that thought though, NZ. Still converting. Confusing affair for now.
Last player standing.
Velocity this time around, they messed up big time. Lightning Fast, the only man on. But unfortunately, Try peeks that corner, gets shut down. Asterisk finally getting something in their hands. That tactical timeout paid off.
Yeah, it did. And, you know, I think the only comms they might have had was just let the Por come in and try and take down Damara at the earliest. But still, did get away with murder. Still got those 2 kills on board. And then moving on ahead, it was about all those trades. Just letting that Por in come in from Velocity side, and then hurt them down, open that side up. Cover going out. That's what they're intending to do so. This time, for the Brawl Fest, they've got 3 from Velocity's end.
Hold on. Lightning Fast has already pushed him so deep all the way towards Rumble. Compromised, or maybe it's gonna be a surprise. Lightning Fast peeks out as Yush gets shut down instantly. Asterisk this time starting things off with a disadvantage. And once again, since the Neon is alive, this man is going to be trying creating a lot of problems. Velocity. Shadows traveling. Also, they need to be quite quick on the feet, and that Neon's going to be helping them quite a bit, making those quick rotates. They've moved up all the way towards the B site. And you can see on the minimap as well, now Asterisk, they're planning to head on towards the C site. Take it over in their hands, and then maybe plan what they want to do in the future.
Rossi is just still around that walking area. Watch them run. See, the Shadow is also being used, and now Velocity has read Asterisk like an open book.
30 seconds left.
Pouring in, the flood coming in at this point. Spike still not planted. 3 seconds on the board. There you have it, lightning fast. Everybody all primed up. Waiting for that push to come pouring in. We've got NZ and Prime opening things up, but Stite still not secured. As Prime can't go, but lightning fast. EXE Rossi will have to work this one out.
And even Steel Garden was invested in that push. Since the effect is now no longer, Lightning Fast can still pull off some insane shenanigans. Vandals ready and primed. Bullet and NZ right next to each other, but they just need to breach inside of sight. Lightning Fast was not able to isolate the duel, but look at SK Rossi. The man's going for the defuse.
Does one enemy remain?
But he pulls out the headhunter as he strikes down NZ. The man up close personal is dead. And SK Rossi, what a beautiful clutch this was. And also, even the last man gets shut down. What am I watching? NZ should not have peeked that.
I just might have wet my pants over there with what EXE Rossi just pulled off. That is something you do not see on a daily basis. It's just EXE Rossi just being oh so good, man. Those moments. This is something all the Indian Valorant fans were dreaming of, and when to see those shots, just left awestruck. But now moving on ahead. EXE Rossi just anchored around C. He knows the push is coming in. This time a little bit defensive though.
Yeah. Let's keep this thing in mind. They've also got an Armageddon and a Rolling Thunder available, so Asterisk can easily go for a side take if they want. Holding on to their side. Good flash. That can isolate the man himself with the first shot. Hart from the back is going to find that instant trade as he shuts down SK Rossi towards sight. C's going to fall in the hands of Asterisk. Beautiful take that was. Quite a quick one as well. Off your feet! But after that clutch from SK Rossi, it's really going to create that mental blockage for the opponents. Velocity once again starting to funnel in those elimination points, straight up just winning every single duel they're taking. And as long as Velocity's able to funnel in these kills, it's a big problem. And what am I watching? Hard was completely unaware of the fact that there was an Omen teleporting right behind him, and lightning fast with 3K towards the site, getting the site in the hands.
Yeah, this is soul crushing. If you are Asterisk, they put everything on the line. Armageddon even committed, but see lightning fast coming in with those plays. Yes, SK Rossi was shut down, but you had the Mara also step up, did result and got those kills secured, and now
oh my god, I can't believe it. Lightning Fast was able to get away with murder.
yeah,
It's crazy.
Enemy
The
remaining.
first shot, understandable, he won it clear cut, but the second one should have never came through. He teleported right in front of the man, and Hart still had no clue that the Omen just teleported right behind him. And Lightning Fast was like, yeah, surprise, my friend.
from here on it's just gonna get even harder.
I'm telling you, that one clutch from SK Rossi just got that mental blockage for Asterisk now. It's really tough to recover from such setbacks.
But especially after that round, how it has affected them economically.
One enemy remaining.
They're getting destroyed, obliterated, and there you go. Put to a slumper.
down.
7-1 the scoreline, of course. Not having the best of buys, but what do you do? Velocity, they're making it seem as if they are the ones being the oppressors in front of instead of the ones defending there. And how do you recover if you are Asterisk?
They're not even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, it's just gotten worse.
Yeah. Before that clutch from SK Rossi, things were normal since they won the round right before that round itself because they took the tactical pause. But the moment that clutch came through, it's like Velocity, they've just rejuvenated. And now they're just mowing down lots, but hold on to that thought. Yush over here is to try and get the equalizer in his hands. Lightning Fast! Did not have the gun ready.
Last player
Close and
standing.
personal, maybe can deal some damage, but gets denied. SK Rossi is the only man alive with the operator in hand.
Spike planted.
He has the ultimate available, but as long as you've got the operator as your primary, you do not really need to pop it. SK Rossi, I highly doubt is going to go for this clutch. Maybe just fall back, play for safety, go for that save, and then maybe in the upcoming round, come in with full buys, and then try and convert it. 7-2 being the scoreline, still Velocity is looking much more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, this time, had to answer fire with some ice. Just let the players of VLT pour in, and Yash really finding his moment of glory. The early 2K, just giving him control over that trouble area. And then they could enforce themselves, get the plant secured, and of course, VLT having no other option but to save this on. And there you have it. So, finally, they're making those steps.
No offense.
Maybe try and push for an 8-4 swap. Velocity still not having taken a single timeout, so got a lot of layers going on. And this time, you can see a few tweaks. You've got Damara and Rust around A, whilst got Madeline. And then you got even Lightning Fast providing support from the link area, so very interesting to see what having to do. Swiss off for was kind of a fast push around that C site, but eventually I think they'll just back off, knowing that the operator presence has been shown.
Another important point is that Velocity has 3 ultimates available, while the opponents, they've got none. And that Rolling Thunder from Velocity can be easily utilized to go for retake. So that's already a major advantage that VLT is playing off with. SK Rossi all the way back towards the site, gets caught. Unfortunate.
Spike planted.
And Velocity did go for the trade, but that trade's not going to be enough since the site's already back in the hands of Asterisk. But as long as you're winning the duels, and as long as Velocity has the man advantage, it's all good in the hood. Neon was able to do a lot of damage, but since Tamara's not in the game anymore, the fight's taken down to a 1v2. Hard with an insane stomp over the 2 players of Velocity. And now the advantage back in the hands of Asterisk. Russ is the only man alive from
One
Velocity.
enemy remaining.
He needs to make sure that the opponents are going to pay the price for what they did in this round. As Russ is just pushing up close and personal, the man's looking unstoppable, but he does not have enough time to go for the defuse. Asterisk is just converted third round.
Yeah, he's done that once in Split, but this time was of the essence, and Ross did get that one wrong, but still, Velocity finally feels like they're getting tested, and on individual level, it's all about players just rubbing it off their shoulders from Asterisk's side, realizing they have to go all in, put their hearts out, and that is what Hart did. Just trying to get the numbers in his favor there. EXE Rossi just picked off by that standard Teo and Breach combo. Interesting a little bit if it kind of gets into a 7-5 swap maybe. Still, we've got two ultimates available on Velocity's side. And look at the pace, this time dipping down a little bit. Or maybe Damara has other intentions because he's pushed through C.
Lightning Fast has already started things off. Unfortunately, Yush, a man who had an ultimate ready that could have created a major impact, is not in the game anymore. The showstoppers deactivated. Yeah, a similar question I've got as well in my mind. Russ just pushed up so deep for no reason. But at least it's a 1-for-2 trade. Still, Velocity has the man advantage, but not anymore since NZ catches Lightning Fast. Okay, Rossi with Tour de Force ready. As well, pushing all the way deep towards Rubble. Was able to catch Bullet.
One enemy
Shadows
remaining.
utilized as well, but
Spike
SK
down
Rossi's
A.
Tour de Force. It's starting to do some
30
serious
seconds left.
damage. Prime shut down. NZ the only man alive. Now he needs to carry the hopes and dreams of his team on the back and go for this plant. He's only got one paranoia available, and a smoke will be available within 5 seconds. NZ lack of utility is going to cost him this round, and Velocity will take the cake.
Yeah, the only part where Velocity are maybe losing men is because I think Reggie is there. Just trying to be proactive, a little too out in the open, and they also know at this point, if you were VLT, you'd do the same too. It's on advantage, just trying to get into the heads of the players. And of course, we are over the fact mechanically they have just been the better team. And as of now, down to the final round before the swap. Velocity eyeing for that 9th, while Asterisk desperately fighting for that 4th. But now, fastly committed. Quick aggression being shown by Damara as EXE Rossi this time on the Vandal. Interesting. That's there.
Velocity.
Yeah.
Velocity's got a lot of map control all the way towards A.
Out of charges.
The players pushed up quite deep. Now SK Rossi inside the smoke. It's going to be a big surprise. But unfortunately for SK Rossi, his position was already noticed, and that showstopper was right through his face. But eventually, Russ was able to find one as well. A bit of a whiffing spray from the opponent, but it's completely fine. Velocity trade back and forth. Now in the hands of Velocity, the man advantage is, but even Lightning Fast falls apart. In the end, the situation's taken down on 1v1. Russ versus Prime. Spike not planted yet. A fake tap on the spike, and Prime knows exactly where the opponent's position. But Russ, having the peeker's advantage, will get the round sealed.
Yeah. Easy peasy for Velocity. Had to fight for the this one a little bit though. Still, you know, you've got Ross, last player line. You know, he's a clutchy player. Let's push that one off, but yeah.
Enemy remaining. One enemy
Teams
remaining.
and their DNA engaging those fights, and now Asterisk getting a little bit of that composure there, but still not enough when you're going against the Mammoths. That VLTR 9-3 the scoreline, and is it still a curse?
Good question.
Let's find out.
But I think it's way too outdated now.
Yeah.
It does not work anymore. That's what I think. And since Asterisk is just getting rolled on single-handedly, And as we all know, Lotus can also be quite attack-centric maps. Velocity should have a default advantage as they approach this site. But just look at the amount of control and the way he was able to get the site in his hands. Forced all those players back towards B. Now the A side is all the way in the hands of Velocity and the opponent's Asterisk. Now they need to play in the retake. Man on the back, he was on the flank. His position was noticed. Asterisk is not able to win the duels inside of the pistol round as SK Ross was able to slap one, but even Damara on the back of that strikes another down. Velocity successfully taking down 4 players of Asterisk. And in the end, they also seal the deal with this round.
Yeah, I mean, Madeline had to be the difference maker, right? That horn going out gave so much position, so much information for Velocity to work things out, and an easy pistol in the bag, and this is the Achilles heels. This is where things go falling down, right? Asterisk barely out of options now. 10 rounds on the board already for Velocity, and at this point they decided to go for a save. Thought maybe they'd go for a force, but never rocks their play still.
Find you.
3-man setup around A. Cover going out. And then you've got Yash being from the back lines. Does have that Marshall, but blocked off.
Velocity with the weaponry advantage. Pulled off and even a Marshall available. Position himself in an off angle. Waiting for the player to get, but even Prime can have that surprising effect. He did try to surprise the opponents, but instead got shut down quickly. And you blink it and you miss it, just like that. Velocity taking over the A site. Bullet the only man available now for Asterisk. Too much to ask for from this one man. Just a sheriff in the hand. Now needs to pull off the clutch and also go for the retake. I'm pretty sure Bullet's going to try to play for the damage, but even that damage is not going to be inflicted.
It's a flawless round coming in from Velocity's side, and this has to be it. The next one. This one again. Without moving any muscle, they just accomplished that. But for Asterisk, they'll have to move mountains. And from here on, it's almost nigh impossible. Scratching their heads, really out of options. It's just now mere formality left for Asterisk. If they lose this round, I think it's completely over.
Once again, the same problems can clearly be spotted over here too. Team play, it's not too proper, generally speaking, from both the sides. But since VLT, they've got much more experience. They've been there, put in these type of scenarios so many times. So mechanically, they're just proving themselves better. But Asterisk, we're not seeing any coordinated plays. We're not seeing any proper executions from their side. And that's one of the main reasons why they're getting taken down with ease. We're also seeing too many raw peaks from the players.
Also really comes down to the fact that team just been recently formed. And you've got a lot of new players coming in. That cohesiveness is completely missing. It's going to take some time, but that's been the opponent, right? Do not have a lot of matches in hand to really settle in. Always have to put your best foot forward for Velocity. The bonus round, and for Asterisk, still this time going for that buy. It's going to be interesting though. Towards side, fast lane being drawn up, and now Asterisk really want to fight this one out, but Velocity, they've got no monkey business deciding to venture into B.
Asterisk. At this point in time, you can see the players are trying to play as communicated as possible. Damara is going to be the first man to get caught off guard, but what am I watching? Showcases the back without even clearing the site, and that's going to cost him his life. Yush and the boys now trying to make their way from B. But this rotation is going to take a lot of time. Till then, Velocity's already gone for the plant.
Spike planted.
3 on 4, that might just come into play. The execution seems quite tough. There's SK Rossi in the front, and he strikes the first down. And without breaking a sweat, Madeline as well scoops in a nice 2K.
Yeah, and they will upgrade those weapons as well. For Velocity, again, in prime control over this game. No room given to the players of Asterisk. At this point, of course, Damara picked off early on. One reason for them to take on any pressure at all. Now, Velocity, they come in with full force and Asterisk.
Focus now.
Have to force this buyout. Those light armors. Looking at the auto obstacle, I think it will be in there in a while.
Potential last round, no ultimates available on both sides. It's not looking too fluid for Asterisk. But since Yesh has already caught the first man and given the man advantage in the hands of Asterisk, that might be the exact thing they were looking for. But even Prime is able to catch another man off guard. Lightning Fast not there on the side anymore. Tamara needs to create some more space and get another man down. That's going to help the players of Velocity regain some sort of stability inside of this map. Tamara's already went all the way towards back, but Yesh catches Tamara too. Russ is the only man alive. Put in a position of a 1v3. Too much to ask for. Probably Russ is going to try to go for a save in this one. He's only 2 orbs away from getting that Rolling Thunder to a 1v3 in the makings. Russ does have the spike available too if he's able to pull off a nice shenanigan or a surprise move. Maybe the plant can come through. He does have a lot of time as well, so that's why Russ is taking a sweet little time to move in towards the site.
He's completely vacant.
B sort of too.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Again, NZ, he's just gonna let him come in, go for the plant, and yeah,
Spike
not
planted.
the end of it. But yeah, Ross gets picked off there. Little help comes in from Hart. That fault line enough to get him dazed.
Yeah.
And it's just all about that gambling game. Really, Ross thinking that maybe B-side left a little clear, could have gone in, get a little aggro, but regardless, this time Asterisk, when they had everything on the line,
None of my
they
stuff has
managed to
malfunctioned yet.
move one in.
Can we
Yeah.
celebrate?
Still not deterring the buy of Velocity, having upgrades on them, and this time, I think few outs might be on show, and Velocity want to put this round, in fact, game to rest in the next round.
Yesh was a straight-up difference maker, and he
Yeah.
probably will be a difference maker in this round as well. He's got the Showstopper available, even Prime's got the Armageddon available. So those are 2 heavy
Russ
investments.
does have this rolling thunder, so kind of interesting. Like,
But it really comes down to when does Russ want to use it. Does Russ want to use it to take the side in his hands, or does he want to use it for the post play? And Velocity, they use so many duels like these. They've already got the side control in hands without any problem. You can see Hard is trying to deny the side take as much as possible. Armageddon was utilized too. Tamara gets caught. Velocity losing on the man number slowly and steadily, and I told you they've got the ultimates available, and that's really helping him out quite a bit. Even that Showstopper giving them a heavy advantage inside of the fight. And SK Rossi wrapping up all the way from the back. This flank is going to catch both the players off guard. SK Rossi needs to hit heavy, but still somebody
Last
the
player
flank.
standing.
And yes, Prime was ready, and he was primed. He knew someone is going to try to wrap up all the way from the back lines. Lightning Fast is the only man available. Put in a situation of a 1v2. 30 HP, a 1v2 loading up in the front. Can he make it happen? 35 seconds on the clock, and Lightning Fast does have a smoke available, but even that chance is not going to be given to him.
yeah, very well executed, especially from Prime side. Really stopping that push coming in, that Armageddon. Really to counter the rolling thunder over there, and then Yash with that follow-up.
But here's the problem. They invested every single piece of ultimate they had available in that previous round itself. Now what's going to help them in the upcoming round? That's going to be pure raw mechanics, just the way they were playing. And Yash, once again, needs to be the impact maker.
Yeah, he has to. He has to step up big time. One of those players retained from split 1 to split 2. He needs to prove why. Prime and Yash really stepping it up big time, and this time around towards that A side, that's where they're venturing. A lot of their willing to be set aside as Yash now this time. He's the one. That proactive play. It's a very big murder. Tamara being picked off, and he did have his.
Face your
Right,
fear!
by the way.
Invested. Bullet's position now noticed. Pass teleporting all the way on the back, and he's got no clue as Bullet gets shut down. Put to sleep. Lightning Fast still in that same position. Now drops down, was able to find another one, but get instantly traded. A 3v3 scenario booting up as Velocity. They've already got the post plant set up, or hold on, scratch that. They've decided to move all the way towards the B site. scratching the plan away of going towards A. Now Madeline, he's got the off angle. No one expected Madeline to be there in that position, and Madeline gets a nice 3K to close things off. Velocity pulling off some nice mind games in the end. We all thought that they're going to move in towards A, but then they scratched that plan, went back towards B, went for the plant, and everyone from Asterisk was just caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Asterisk realizing the fact that had they had a couple more rounds, maybe this map could have been a little more competitive. Of course, now the players are picking up. We did see the players getting back into form. You had Prime, you had Yash, finally starting to connect their shots, but yeah, they did have the scarcity of those rounds really hurting them, and eventually it was an easy win for Velocity as they will move on ahead. But for Asterisk, another lifeline left, and this time elimination on the line.
Yeah, as we all know, it's a double elimination bracket inside of the split 2. One more chance will be given to Asterisk to try and bounce back. With the way they played this matchup, though, it's really tough for them to bounce back, because we all know elimination brackets are usually even more sweatier than the brackets that are there in the upper side.
But then again, you will not be having to face Velocity. Maybe get a little bit of an ease
Positive
there.
side.
But yeah, that we have to look at the silver lining. I mean, what other thing that we can do over here? But yes, Velocity clearly proving why they are the defending champions, why they deserve to go ahead.
Yeah.
But for Velocity, I think we could see a little bit of those reckless plays also coming. I mean, purely intentional, though. We know they really want to try harding. They were just enjoying themselves this opener game. And yeah, I think for Velocity, still yet to be tested. I think the match against Revenant, maybe that's the match to look out for.
Maybe Revenant XSpark, maybe NODWIN. I've got a lot of expectations, even from NODWIN in the future. Those matches will be played tomorrow, but for now, having to look at the highlights of the previous game itself. Velocity up against Asterisk, once again a complete single-handed mowdown. Asterisk was able to get 4 rounds even inside of this map of Lotus, but after that everything just fell apart. And you clearly saw the highlight of EXE Rossi's clutch play too. One of the most insane plays we all have noticed and witnessed so far.
Yeah, I mean, for EXE Rossi, it's just bait him. And considering why he's earned so much of that fandom, as fans come in thousands to watch him play, and exactly why, proving his mettle today once again. I mean, he did have his testing times, went through a lot of rough phases, but now seems like he's A-okay. He's prepared to conquer this region once again. And again, it's just not a EXE Rossi show, right? Everybody from Velocity side, they had their moments. Even when you talk about the MVP, has to be lightning fast. Again, a very underrated player, constantly delivering.
Lightning Fast has always been there inside the pro circuit for such a long time. He's always been one of the impact players too. And even inside of the previous game, being the MVP clearly proves the man still got it. 21 kills with the ACS of 308, with 2 first kills on the board. And of course, 26.9% of headshots hit. Now in general, as we know, Lightning Fast, EXE Rossi are sort of like the face of this entire lineup. We cannot really forget even Damara was an absolute chaos maker in that previous game. Going for such aggressive plays, the man was just straight up in their faces.
They were the harbingers of chaos. For Velocity, I think they had just one thing on their minds. Just go in for the kill. Does not matter even if they were on the defenders' end. They were the ones dictating the play. They were the ones making those proactive movements. They were getting there, getting to those off-guard positions. And there were times when they were also tested. But still, in those situations also, they kept their calm. We did see those clutchy moments. And Velocity, 13-5, of course. They could have ended it way earlier. But a little bit of those loose ends, they went punished. And that's where we saw some semblance of brilliance coming out from Prime and Yash's side, especially the penultimate round, where they kind of completely stopped that push onto VCT side. But for Asterisk, I think the problems are pretty much clear. Do not have a lot of time to work on it though. Really need to wake up, get a mental reset, and yeah, GG's, move ahead.
It's not even about mental reset at this point. They just need to play with each other as much as possible. and just try and get the team synergy up straight up. We're not seeing well-coordinated plays from the side of Asterisk. We're not seeing proper executions as well on the attack. Even on the defense, we're not seeing a proper double peak pattern. There's a lot of things that are currently missing in Asterisk's game. While VLT, you can pretty much see the same things missing as well from VLT time and time. But here's the thing. It feels like VLT were just trying to adapt the way Asterisk was playing.
I mean, for Velocity, they were just doing their own stuff, right? Just out for shenanigans, and like I said, really not technically tested yet were Velocity, at least in this series. Maybe moving on ahead, they might meet their makers, but SK Rossi completely unparalleled, unmatched this entire series as he becomes the match MVP. 34 kills in 2 games, nice ACS, 264 first kill, 6, and this is what we talk about, the flexibility this man offers. And he's really not their prime duelist, right?
Yeah.
But even given on that role, he's not really shying away. I think it's just in his blood.
I mean, look, he's got a lot of experience on that duelist role too, right? We've been seeing the man play on that duelist role. I'm speaking of all the way back 3-4 years. And that's how he liked to play as well. His main primary role was the duelist at the start. We all remember his jet was one of the best jets in India, and that's why we used to call him the Indian jet.
Of course, and then, you know, we saw that transition phase where he had to go for a complete rebuild. We saw him playing an initiator. We saw him a lot on the Sovas, and now, come at this moment in this lineup, he's acting as a sentinel, but we have seen him also double up as a secondary duelist, even in this one, going on that chamber, and he's just been so good, right? But now, the only question is, which other team really poses a threat to Velocity? Because they've been on an unbeatable run ever since.
And generally speaking, since even the big names do not really have a lot of changes in their roster too, so I highly doubt we're going to be seeing any sort of a change in the pattern of VLT's run inside of the Split 2 as well, compared to the Split 1. The upcoming Game 2 is going to be between Reckoning Esports and Global Esports Academy. What are your thoughts about this matchup?
I mean, I'm really excited to see Paradox coming in. Especially for Reckoning side, one of my favorite players. You know, he loves that spotlight. But for Global Esports Academy, in the latter phases of Split 1, we did finally see
they came back to
mold
life.
coming into some structure. They made a few tweaks here and out. And then they were in a position like Asterisk are right now. But now, Global Esports Academy have had enough time to work on them. So would love to see this new version of Global Esports Academy. I think this could go to a 3-map series.
Exactly. Global Esports Academy, they have proven themselves time and time in Split 1. They did come back to life later on, but are we going to see Global Esports Academy give a tough fight to Reckoning Esports? You will find that out after this short break.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. 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 Watch the game change.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
After that crushing win by Velocity Gaming, we move ahead. Welcome back once again, folks. You are watching Omen VCSA Split 2. And this is, of course, going to be the second matchup. I am Fixes, joined along with Scared It. And this is one of those maps where we are actually anticipating could go for the full stretch. It is Reckoning taking on Global Esports Academy.
To be honest, it's only you and me thinking it can actually go for a full third mapper. Necro has been constantly saying he thinks it's going to be a 2-0. To be honest, I want to know his prediction. What's your prediction, my man? Yeah, he's saying Reckoning is probably going to win 2-0. But here's the fun fact, last time when both of these teams played back in Split 1, it went to a third mapper. And the fun fact was one of those maps was also an OT. Global Esports Academy, on the other side, was a team that could have closed that series out. But here's, a few things, few tweaks here and there. There has been no change in terms of the roster of Global Esports Academy, but here's maybe a new addition or something along the similar lines for Reckoning Esports. So I kind of want to see how those new things will pan out.
Now, this is why I wanted to really double down on it, because in Split 1, Global Esports Academy, they were just recently formed, bunch of rookies, got a lot of tremendous potential, and it felt like it was the testing grounds for them. But now I think they've been given enough time. They've been playing with each other for quite some while. So I think they've got their foot set. But for Reckoning, they've got Paradox into the mix. So he's going to make all that difference. We know he is an absolute bomber. You get him on race. He's been phenomenal, spectacular. And even for Reckoning, they've got so much depth in their lineup. So again, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Split 1, yeah, it's done and dusted. But Split 2 could be a whole different ball game. But now a quiz question. Who had the highest KDA in Omen VCSA 2025 Split 1? Was it Aces? Was it Ross? Was it Lightning Fast? Or was it Monier? Scared? You want to go with this? Maybe not, answer this out, because this is for you guys watching this broadcast. Don't forget to scan the QR code and make sure you get the right answers, and then maybe Scared, he just drops the ball.
Yeah, I'm just going to say two of those players are from the same team, and now you may not know if those were the people who actually had the highest KDA. There's quite a lot of things. If you followed Split 1, you should probably know the answer of that question. I think so. If, I want to put my balls, I'm probably going to put it in the court of Aziz. But that's a different scenario. Here's the thing. He was highest in one of the stats, but it might not really be the KDA. It might also be the first blood. You may never know. So that's going to be the trick thing I'm bringing in.
All right, Dr. Scared. Just don't put everything out of the bag. Just keep it for our audience to maybe answer that question. But as we move on, taking a look at the lineup. So completely stacked up once again. BGG, Monier making all that difference. You've got Deadly, then again another player to watch out for. You've got Tricky. And there you have it. The recent addition of Paradox. I think replacing the likes of Rio, who's been there in their roster of Reckoning for quite some while, and Paradox coming in gets them that explosive oomph. And some might even say that maybe this team could actually go on and challenge the likes of Velocity Gaming also.
We'll have to see, if that eventually works out, because they've definitely got the experience. Now, in terms of the experience, yes, Global Esports Academy do kind of lack that international stage experience, but they have been constantly scrimming. Ryzen, NV2K, UV, Smokey, Kibo. We clearly saw the potential that this team showed us all the way back in Split 1-2. They performed really well against the likes of even Revenant XSpark, and against, of course, Reckoning Esports that went for the entire third map or two, where they had the chance to close it in a 2-0 fashion. Maybe they were not able to do it previously. Might want to pull that one off this time around.
Now, starting off from the scratch, Global Esports Academy being invested, and I think they have been given all the resources that they need. Now that you mentioned, they have been scrimming with a lot of other teams, even internationally, so gives them that added edge as well. But, this is the thing, right? This is what comes with you being very young. I think the potential or the urge to take those risks, be unpredictable. Whilst when you look at Reckoning, they have been a sturdy lineup. They've got some veterans. And Global Esports Academy, I think all the players averaged are also below 20 years. So that could be that extra edge, that maybe that mysterious X factor that they put on the board. But here comes the map veto. So, of course, we kick things off. It's going to be Ascent, followed by Icebox, and moving on would be Split. So at this point, Global Esports Academy opting for Ascent, the age-old map that we all love, and then Icebox, and that I think this is a classic three-mapper setup that we have.
One thing that I really love in this map, Vito, is that all of these 3 maps were not played back in Split 1 at all.
Oh.
You didn't have Ascent that time, neither Icebox as well, if I'm not wrong, or maybe we had it, but they did not decide to pick it. But one thing, again, that I can see is the fact that Reckoning have done their homework. Pearl was a map which they lost. Global Esports Academy won against the similar team. So this time, they've just banned it all out. Global Esports Academy not wanting to pick up the Lotus, understanding that Lotus is probably the only map right now in the pool currently that Reckoning are very comfortable playing on. Most of their maps that they like to play on are not in the pool. So I think so this is a very nice move from Global Esports Academy in terms of the map. But the question is if they'll be able to pull their own shenanigans on the Scent and Icebox.
That's what, right? It's like opening the Pandora's box and not knowing what you're gonna get. But for Global Esports, they will be the underdogs once again, and I think that is exactly the stakes that they like to fight under. But for Reckoning again, Necro, he's made his intentions clear. He thinks that it's going to be an easy one for Reckoning, but I'm telling you, this is going to boil down to the wire. Of course, you can also let your predictions, maybe do let us know in the live chat section. But for me, I would be rooting for Global Esports Academy, and yeah, there's that inkling in my heart says that, yeah, Paradox, he's still got that edge. Did miss out, I think, was the coach for Aurora, but this time, let's see how he plays.
That's the whole part about it. Right now, it's going to be the first map of Ascent, which is a pick of Global Esports Academy. So maybe they've cooked a few things up on that front, because we've been constantly talking about, and we were having this discussion prior to the map itself about the agent composition on the maps like Ascent, which normally had the Sova KO, which was eventually replaced by another double initiator of the Teho and a Breach. But here's the fun thing.
Whoa.
Global Esports Academy are mixing a lot of things up with picking up the KO, alright, for
What a Wele.
Info, Teho, and a Wele. Interesting. I like the fact that Reckoning is running with a double Sentinel composition, because this is one of the other comps that has been working out phenomenally in terms of the international stage. A lot of teams have run it even in the Pacific League, even in the Americas League. So I like where they're going with this. But again, Global Esports Academy, I'm not pretty sure about Wele. Not a lot of teams running.
Yeah, I mean, Fritz and Spartus were also against the entire idea of Wele, but here Global Esports Academy are trying to prove their mettle and show the world that yes, they might have taken some time, but now they are ready to take over. And a first test, a trial by fire against the likes of Reckoning Esports.
Yep.
It's not going to be easy, but who likes easy?
Probably BLT.
I mean, they make things easy.
Exactly. For now,
Yeah,
it's going to be a technical pause again.
That's
just to
fine.
make things a bit more difficult. But it's, yeah, as you said, it's absolutely fine. We're fixing it very quickly, people, so don't worry about it. We've got very capable people behind the screens as well. And it kind of gives us enough time to talk about how these kind of composition are going to run into each other, right? Because Ascent was normally played on the basis of 2 info initiators. One is the KO, which also provides you that pseudo initiation on the back of, again, the suppression as well as the couple of flashes. Now, in order to keep that thing, you've kind of changed a few things if you're Global Esports Academy by bringing in the Teho, right? You want to bombard the side with a bit of that extra utility. You've got that passive information as well with the drone, or rather the active one, once you decide to use it. And with the Armageddon, yeah, you're bringing in a lot of explosiveness. But here's the thing. There is a reason why not a lot of people like Wele. And the big part about that is with the Duelist, you want to create space.
Yeah.
Wele goes in and then eventually just jumps back out. So yes, you're getting the information. It's more like a very expensive recon by using 2 different skills, and it also puts you in a bit of a risky position.
I'm pretty sure they must have really taken into account of all these factors, and ideally we've seen Ascent being ruled by Jet ever since, and now really coming into play, even from Reckoning side, getting in Deadlock back into the meta over the recent past couple of months. We've seen a lot of these teams running Deadlock as well, and at this point so many different strats have been put into play, but this is what we were expecting out of Global Esports Academy, to be honest. Come up with something new, maybe surprise us. At this point, we need to gauge if Reckoning are really prepared. And now this gives them enough time to maybe figure out mode of approach.
Yeah.
But deep down under, so far, the case in South Asian Valorant has all been about those aim duels, right? You see a lot of what W gamings coming into play. You see those proactive plays. You see all these teams going after each other, but all the actions folk is going to take a little bit of while to stir up.
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. My eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barrel land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त मेमोरिया या किला ग्लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
It took a wee while, but finally, folks, we are back. It's the Omen VCSA Split 2, match number 2. Global Esports Academy taking on Reckoning Esports. Global Esports Academy having to start off from the attacking side, and this time they've taken their intentions towards speed. There you go, the dash comes in. And simply using refraction, just gets out of there, gets a lot of info, and now they're rotating towards the A side. A lot of setup around from the players of Reckoning.
Kill out there though, but the spam insane. Reckoning getting a couple of openings out there as well. As soon as towards this ground, UV just saw that shock dart out there, and Heaven Tricky shows up a couple of crits that would have been leave. Sends up
One enemy remaining.
UV back into the home as
Spike
BTG with the
down
right pick
A.
of Classic. It always works out at the worst possible time for their opponents.
Yeah, it does, and now Smoke here. He does not have any options though. Spike got already down.
Yep.
And it's far from home. But still, he's got to venture out. He's got enough time to work things off. 40 seconds on the clock. And an archer's task ahead. 1-on-4 situation. They'll try
30
to enter
seconds
inside
left.
the garden area, guarded by Monet himself, and 2 taps is all it takes. And Reckoning Esports off to a really nice start, well read from their side, as Global Esports Academy having a tough time in the pistol.
Absolutely. They were quickly pushed out of the B main as well with a couple of players. That was Steadily 10, along with BGG with the Paranoia as well as the grab net play. It's just a couple of utilities and everything else was just used up for Global Esports Academy to try and survive after that. And then they went in over towards the A. They were just ready. Lovely approach by Reckoning Esports. And on the back of it, 3 Bulldog, an Outlaw, a Ghost as well with a full shield. So probably preparing for a rifle in the next one. But something we are all unprepared for. Happens all the way around. But you know, you always got to be ready for all of this stuff.
It's fine.
It's alright.
Just let it simmer in, because even for Global Esports Academy, they need to take that little bit of a breather there, just to relinquish from what happened in the previous round. But gives us enough time to talk about Tricky and how good he's been on Yoru over the past couple of months. An absolute demon at that. Deadly 10 also showing his prowess, being so flexible this time on the Sova, and in fact on the Deadlock. And Sova on Paradox, we know he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and recently quick stint as a coach does add that extra little edge to the roster of Reckoning Esports, and off to a really good start though.
Yeah, I remember you brought up the point of him being a coach as well of Aura. He was for Split 1. We also had the interview for him, asked if he actually wanted to just sit for that coaching department, or is he planning of again competing professionally. He was like, we'll see what happens for the Split 2. Probably had some plans out in mind, or maybe just went in with the flow as Reckoning pulled him up. And I think so it's a pretty solid signing as well, right? Because he's
a steal.
One of the other players who has got the experience of Ascension. And I think so his team is the only Indian team, and that was Revenant, which eventually had the best run till now for any South Asian team in the Ascension slots.
Yeah, but that being put aside, it was a different team. Those were different times, but yeah.
The experience.
Few shenanigans, and now we move on ahead. This time we've got E-side, guarded by Deadly. That Paradox already there. Revenant will be deployed, and NV2K just almost getting caught off there. Low, but now that's not going to happen to Risen. Gets picked off on the catwalk, and now Deadly 10 getting a little bit eager though, as the flood does come in. NV2K not having the best of HPs, a double swing, and Deadly 10 he strikes. Gets 2 already as Paradox is going to double up. And now Smokey Air lives to fight the tail. Against Tricky right in front of him. Will retrieve the Bulldog. Maybe also get the plant. A 1-on-3 situation.
Spike planted.
He's got the Paranoia to work with as well, maybe, but a lot of people in front of him.
Does, and there you go. Instantly put to rest. Monet gets that final kill. Will be an easy defuse. And Reckoning, they walk off second round. Easy peasy. Clearly had the loadout advantage there. But now this is where, heading on to the bonus round, get really tested.
Only one Outlaw being lost as such, you know. I don't think so it's going to be a problem for them at all. And I do like the idea for them dropping the Outlaw, just because it's not going to be as valuable in the next one as much as a Bulldog could be. A couple of shots onto the skull, and that's about it. And it's going to be a full shield for Global Esports Academy. Either ways, I do love the idea.
Time to jump.
Still got a Sheriff and a Vandal with a full shield, though Deadly 10 will not have anything for the next round. Let's lose this one, and it's an aggressive A start.
It is. BGG just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. And he's been spotted out. Now they know he is there, but Deadly 10 providing that support fire there. Enough to keep them at bay. As of now, as Tricky ventures in around that mid-side Risen. This time connects. They get that early opener, something that Global Esports Academy, they were riling for.
Sheriff though is trying to survive, but he will eventually be pushed back on because of that utility. But I have to say the microplay from BGG was insane.
For now though, as Keyboard is trying to venture in. Doesn't know that Monair is there. Guided salvos coming into play. Still somehow keeping himself clear there. Global
player
Esports
standing.
Academy, the flush does come in, but the
down,
trades quickly present over there. Clear the site, get the spike planted.
Spike planted.
Players low in the HP though, but I don't think so that's going to be a problem. No paranoia available for BGG.
Oh, very good.
Putting him to his sleep as well. Converting the round, and that was an important one for Global Esports Academy. Not to lose a lot of members. Only one rifle lost, and I think so they're going to be super happy about it. But you know what? Let's bring the attention back. BGG was not supposed to survive in Vine. He literally jumped on top of the blast to try and dodge it. It was a phenomenal play. A micro that I have not even seen in international plays yet. I think so, you know, South Asian teams are now catching up faster than ever. And this clearly shows you the experience that is being brought in. But, you know what? About it, it's going to be the main round for this entire half. At least the starting as to which team gets their early momentum.
I mean, talking about this round, Reckoning, not really fully committed. Still have Deadly on that Sheriff. This time though, just around that B side, Paradox going to be paramount here. Quite important as for Global Esports Academy. Heading towards area. Got BGG, gets an early pick, Tricky getting some support there.
Lovely.
But eventually traded, but Kibo is the one keeping things alive though. Munye gets Mokia off, and suddenly the wings of Global Esports Academy just being cut off. Just like that, as now again Kibo is gonna work it out. BGG still itself so annoying. 4G Academy, but now
Down A.
Kibo does get that opener, and now Deadly 10. Did find that trade though. Don't have the best of loadouts to follow up a 1-on-2 situation. Some might say it's doable, but Reckoning, they've got other ideas.
A lovely timing being picked up by Moner when all the commotion was happening all the way around 3. He just went down in main and took down that fight, won it, and eventually established the control of the main to confirm that there's not going to be any split. And on the back of it, they just could hold down their own positions. They knew where the rest of the players were. Love the idea. And I love the macro play that Reckoning is pulling in every now and then. This is the coordination and the combination. You remember, Bart was also mentioning the fact that Moner is the pillar of this team. If no one performs, Moner still will. 5-1-1 on a Cypher. That is like a fantastic.
Yeah, he's pretty sick on that Cypher. Really impressing us, but for Global Esports Academy, really at this point economically desperate to find rounds, but BGG, one fortress they have to deal with, and there you have it. Even getting caught in the trap wires there. As of now, will get an entry onto the side, but the spike still yet to get planted. Will is already being taken off, but Risen rising up to the occasion, and this is where get a little bit of that inch of that breathing space, which does not happen. Badrock still there to shut him down in a 3-on-4 situation. Global Esports Academy will have to get those post-plant positions ASAP.
Revealing
All gonna go down to how Smokey plays this one. There we go, jump down on air, wants to go up close and personal, still will
One enemy remaining.
go up in hell though, will be taken, rather, he'll be taking down Deadly 10. It's a big player.
One
Only
enemy
on air.
remaining.
Not a lot of HP out there. Isolated first one, maybe gets the second, he absolutely will.
Now this is lovely stuff coming in from Reckoning. Kind of reminds you of what Russ was doing. For Velocity, you want somebody to clutch it out, and Monet, I mean, that was a nice recovery from their side, but they kind of dropped the ball.
They eventually did, but I'll have to point out one important factor in the early game. Both Paradox as well as, or rather, Deadly 10 and Moner were playing all the way towards spawn. The utility was set up towards the A side. They anticipated Kibo to use up his null command. So they wanted the util to be activated on the A side, and they did not put it up on the choke points, but they were rather for the kill trips setup. And they paired up both the Cypher trips along with the sonic sensor of Deadlock, so that if someone tries to break the trip, or rather if the players who's caught in the trip tries to break the trip, they will eventually be stunned up too. It's a, you know, sometimes these are these small micro plays that happen which catch you off guard, but they show you how much you've prepared with those comps. And I think so Reckoning has been doing a great job in terms of preparing with this.
Again, even when you take a look at the duels that Reckoning and Global Esports Academy have engaged in. I'm pretty sure Reckoning at this point miles ahead.
Yep.
I think Risen has been the only player who's really stepped up from G Academy, and he's given those crucial entries that's needed. Those crucial clearances, but this time they again are back to their defaults. You've got Deadly and Paradox.
They
In the
tire.
B area.
We don't.
Intentions by the Academy to venture maybe onto what's that B side. BBG, Tricky both holding off short area, trying to venture out, get some information around mid. Look at this. I think they have that sensation.
I like it.
They want to venture this, but BGG being the one making that proactive play, and P-Bomb really out of the picture in this round.
Gonna place up their head towards the B side. The entry already there, down to the market as well as the rest of the team quickly move into the flow.
They do. NV2K, mid area, Deadly 10. Gets caught off guard, and that's going to be a stinger kill. But Paradox quickly gets the trade there. As for G Academy, the numbers again starting to dwindle down. Risen, really not having the best of HPs. Forget the weapons. At this point, it's just getting worse.
Yeah.
As Tricky, just a couple of peaks away. Okay, we know now his presence is felt by the players of Reckoning, and will not even break a sweat.
15 HP for Ryzen. I don't think so he's going to be clutching this one out. If he actually does, does not.
He's a stingy man, you know.
I agree. Monair though, eventually catching that fifth one as well. He's got the neural theft up for quite a while now. Here's the thing, they don't even need to use it because it's just the info game that's coming into play for them. I like the idea how they're constantly pushing down Cat time and time again.
Look at the ultimates available. I think it's going to be an absolute bombardment.
Probably.
Just barring the null command, everybody has got their ults up. And if Global Esports Academy need to find some space, they'll have to win this round. Another buy coming in from their side. And this time, slow things down a little bit. NV2K. Some ideas though. That require out. Wise. Alright. Far so good, but Paradox. Set opener. Smokey, the controller dealt with. And now Global Esports Academy still, despite the fact, gonna venture in. BGG this time, he's gonna be that difference maker, but won't matter. Envy finds him off guard. And now Global Esports Academy, just like that, they have some control. Will plant a spike.
And even the Armageddon getting a bit onto Tricky. That's a big one. The numbers now finally dwindling for Reckoning Esports as it's now a 4v3. The ultimates up, yes, in the hand. Armageddon, which was used up now, is the annihilation for Deadly. 10 needs to win the fight though, but it's UV. Eventually find an opener out there, make it 2. Absolutely not, says Deadly 10 as he's ready with the trigger. 39 HP in the hands of Paradox. He's not available for next 27 seconds, and they do not have 27 seconds.
I think it's not even gonna come down to that, as GE Academy this time finally gets around.
Important one as well. They eventually used up an ultimate in that one. That's the Steel Garden, but they finally figured out that over towards the site is where Reckoning are actually planting their heavy sentinel utilities, while mid has been left unguarded for quite a while now, and the only presence Reckoning showed in mid was when BGG was walking down Cat with, if I'm not wrong, probably Tricky, because he can, TP out anytime whenever he wants to with a gate crash. So I think so. This is a very nice approach from Global Esports Academy to eventually go for that B split now, but there's a heavy sentinel towards the B side. The weaker one, but can GEA identify that is the big question.
Take their time. Look at this. Deadly. A little restless though. Got a couple of utils to play around with. And already had Monia along with Deadly 10 this time around. Global Esports Academy still to try and get in, and there you have it, just being pulled to death as Tricky. He's dealing a lot of damage already. 3 players taken down as we are stuck on Risen somehow. As Smokey again feeling quite lonely, alienated against 5 demons walking in the server.
5 demons indeed, I agree. And 2K now. Just a Guardian in the hand. Has got nothing to work with as Paradox eventually will get that shot right onto the dome, and it's also flawless, to be honest. Reckoning Esports now. This is a map pick, if I'm not wrong, of Global Esports Academy, and they are doing a great job, to be honest, in terms of controlling the pace with the double sentinel. And here's the fun fact. Tricky can basically be at 2 different places at the same time if you're playing for the early 40 seconds. You'll just have to wait out for the gate crash timing to basically expire, and then you can eventually play your own cards. But wait for so long. Again, all the secondary abilities are going to delay you out when you'll be going in for the executes. That's the kind of predicament that Global Esports Academy eventually got in. The mid approach worked out in one of the previous rounds, but nothing after that.
Looking at ooh, this is gonna be deadly. Still inside. Yeah, this time he's getting a little eager there. Still to move away. No damage done. Just BGG taking a little bit of that pinch. But Kibo, it's been interesting one here. Basically gets his cage up. Now he wants to back down a little bit. Global Esports Academy,
A breeze split.
really slowing the pace down. Just waiting to burst.
Shoot it all the way down on the back of the Falcos as well as they quickly jump into the side. Paradox eventually taken out. The flash was absolutely brilliant from Kibo. And on the back of it, they haven't lost a single player though, and have taken down both the side anchors, while no ultimate available on the other side. So basically got to brute force your way on the back of just a paranoia in the hands of BGG and an operator. We're discussing how BGG likes to use the operator a lot, and guess what? He's going to find the first opener on Smokey. He's lurking in mid, so no lurker. Basically got to deal with the players on site.
Oh, now it's Steven battle, a 3-on-3 situation, but time is of the essence. Right, NB2K, oh, gets picked off.
One enemy
That's gonna hurt, and now Tricky's just gonna follow up, and there you go. Put to rest. Global Esports Academy having no answers, and Reckoning Esports, a very good retake there. Executed. And this shows how superior they are in terms of whatever being put on the board. And now, at this point, I do not know how do GE Academy find their way outside of this.
They've got to pull something out of the box, because every single approach that they're trying to make is being answered back perfectly by Reckoning. This double sentinel composition is... Just look at the amount of util on the A side, right? Let's pause, take a pause right now. Both the tripwires, both the sonic sensors, there's a camera as well out there, and the ball goes out in B main to try and get that stall. So that way they can't really use those fallback plays as well, and there's an operator in the hands of Tricky. Beautiful. Where do you want to go? Pick your poison.
And inching onto it, and Tricky. He's been such a menace.
What a play.
And Global Esports Academy having no answers. Risen trying to get utility out of the board. Look at him, made the play there, and now he's here.
3K for him already. Maybe an ace with the operator, you may never know.
Why not? Go for it.
One enemy
Though,
remaining.
will deny him that luxury. Smokey dealt with, and Tricky gets that quadra. And with that being said, Reckoning stomping the likes of Global Esports Academy at this point. 8-2 the scoreline. Whilst I was a believer, seems like Necro, he's got a smirk on his face.
Not exactly though.
Yeah, there you go, there you go.
Don't do that, Necro. It wasn't very good at all. But here's the thing. Something that was really looking good was Tricky with the operator. And the trap play over towards the B main, right?
Yeah.
You heard the noise out there. You throw out the grab net along with the recon from the Sova into the operator and the flash of Tricky. It was picture perfect. Getting both of the players out unanticipated though this time.
Not looking good, right? NB2K getting a little ahead of himself there. Gets punished instantly, no answer from G Academy there. As this time again venturing through mid.
Don't go B.
Yeah, they have been doing that. This little strat, been trying to execute it. They've been getting those plants, but it's again those retakes coming in from Reckoning side. Out command being deployed at Paradox. No, this is absolutely Oh, disgusting. So the smoke connects and now it's an op war going on. QB, what does he do from this situation? Of course, they can get the plant though. But it's still against a 5-man reckoning. It's just ready to pounce.
Sheriff with his finger in the hand as well. Not looking pretty. Just try and survive through the wall bang, my man. He will eventually.
Oh, this is not looking good. Monair and Deadly, they just combine and obliterate Global Esports Academy. If there was any scarce hopes, G taking this round has been denied. Another flawless. This is crushing, to be honest.
The fun fact was only Deadly 10 and Paradox actually took a chunk of damage. Apart from that, not even 1 point of damage on the rest of the players. That's a big problem. And again, you can look at the smartness of Reckoning, understanding that there's a null command on the other side. This time around, Monair all the way towards the spawn. His strip fires were active, and the fun fact, Paradox used the recon, but it got broken off instantly. So the tag that actually came in was through the camera of Monair. And fun fact is, it tagged Kibo while Ryzen was next to him, who eventually got caught in the operator shot. And that too after they bombarded that place with the guided salvos. It is just a massacre at this point, and in every single round there's a new player who's using the operator. New side this time to address.
There's the Macedon, committed and tricky this time, being taken down, but Poke, he also follows up. Global Esports Academy, changing the pace and the rhythm. This time, a little fearless, and that is maybe exactly what they needed. Get the side cleared off, and finally Reckoning Esports, they're getting tested. And Deadly 10. Take that shot though, but I think somewhere they've made peace with themselves. This round goes to Global Esports Academy till Deadly 10 and Paradox. Team up still.
He got one. He got one.
Definitely did. But look at this. Ryzen shutting him down, and there you go. The 4K coming in. Again, Ryzen being the hero for his team as they end this half on a 9-3 split.
Curse, maybe.
I think we did have this discussion. Gone are those days. Even given the pace of this game, Reckoning, they seem to be in control. Defensive side, completely. That one fell swoop, and G Academy, they were tamed. And let's not even forget the fact that this is Global Esports Academy's pick.
True. It's been their pick. Something they really decided they're going to be better than the other side, though. But if you think you've got a better knowledge than the other people, the quiz question was right on the screen. Maybe back a little bit. Last 10 seconds to answer. Who had the most KDA? That's one.
Oh, quick commitments from both the sides. Ryzen just getting his salvo missiles up, and now looking at Reckoning, they have no interest to explore B. A is where they're headed at. And now Vice gets his moment of glory. Paradox right in front of him. Shutter brought down, and now Paradox is gonna get the plant. 4-on-4 situation. And not in play. It's gonna hurt Reckoning a little bit. Still have 4 men standing. 4-man retake going on for G Academy as they are starting to rile up. There you go. Good openers. 2K being brought down, but Deadly 10 answers back just to be shut down there. NB2K finally getting his moment as well. And now Global Esports Academy, some thread of hope to latch onto. Get an important pistol round. Get that 4th on the board.
The moment of going back with the refrag was absolutely insane, you know. He's like, hey, I'm here for the fight. You know what? I think so I'm going to change my mind because that bullet passed through my head and awakened a few of the neurons out there. While the rest of the team eventually followed on the back of him. That was a pretty solid round from Global Esports Academy, getting the B main control early on. They had a B lobby pinch, to be honest, just because NB was also there, ready for the fight, pushed out right through mid. That kind of worked out for them. 1-for-1 trade, yes, they got the information. The rest of the cavalry was over towards the end. So all you needed to do was survive and buy time. You did that perfectly, especially with the swords out there. It's a lot of problem for you.
Yeah, I really like the early proactiveness coming in from G Academy. Despite being so far behind, not let it hinder them. And got those early frags, got that opener, and now Reckoning. A little bit of a fix. have the best of buys on their default classics and just huddling up and trying to explore B. They've got UV in front of him. The setup all intact. Take that shot. Gives his position away. Still not enough to deter a heavily stacked up G Academy at this point. As they will take another route. Will quickly transition with A, where you've got Risen
Oh, good salvos.
waiting along with MB2K.
Good salvos is gonna slow it down. The rest of the team is also going in, and it's the mid pride. Ryzen, he's not letting them pass at all.
30 seconds left. Down mid.
One after
One
the other,
enemy
just
remaining.
shell down
Flawless.
and flawless. G Academy finding some semblance of hope to latch onto. Another round, but again, a lot of pundits might say not enough buy for, in fact, no buy for Reckoning in this round, but this one, the upcoming one, is where they finally get tested.
But here's the thing, Global Esports Academy were not really preparing for the bonus round. Normally we see teams picking up a couple of ghosts as well, maybe a couple of vandals and something along the similar lines to try and then buy into the bonus and also have enough to buy in the next round, the follow-up or rather round number 4 to make things easy for the rest of the people. But that's not the case right now. They're still going with the Stingers, Spectres, Guardian as well as the Outlaw. But the fun fact is all full shields on the other side. So you either need to hit both the shots or you need to hit the headshot. Try and maybe get some value out of it. The fract active for him.
Look at him, just venturing in, trying to get under the skin of the players of Reckoning at this point. BGG around that mid area. Along with Tricky. And at that point, of course, Kibo, he knows there's some movement happening around mid.
Yep.
And it's going to be an interesting duel happening there around the short area. Got 2 players and BGG, that was a peak and a half. UV did not get time to even react. Got his head blown up and NB2K got a little desperate and BGG punishes him once more. Okay, he's got some respite. He's got a little bit of a trade though. Numbers still favoring Reckoning though. But Global Esports Academy, they bounce back.
One enemy
Situation,
remaining.
anything could
Last
happen.
player
Smokey
standing.
being the hero.
Kibo has the timing. Oh no, footsteps heard. Now he knows where Kibo is. Spectre in the hand. Tap.
Oh.
Lovely fake by Monet. Just baits him out. Then goes in for the plant. Reckoning Esports almost losing their footings in the bonus round in a scrappy buy round against Global Esports Academy. Now that's a big confidence booster for GEA. Only 1 rifle carried forward in the next round. That means Reckoning will themselves have a scrappy buy.
No, this is what you like about raw talent, right? They did not let it deter their mental state.
Yep.
Even despite being punched so hard, still in the second half, it seems like it's a whole different version of Global Esports Academy. Took some time. And now at this point, Reckoning Esports, yeah, surely they have been clearly hurt. Endeavors, but UV anticipating BGG to come in like that, punishing him. This is where he gets to shine on that line. And now, Monet, he wants to enter in.
And he's the only one to enter in, so the ball is going to deter the rest of the players too.
Does, but look at this, UV, strong as a rock, not even flinching, as one after the other. Global Esports Academy cutting the heads and Reckoning Esports. Oh,
No buy for this one. They tried to force whatever they had for the previous round, and they don't really have big ultimates coming in for this one too, apart from just Tricky with the Stinger though. But you know, something common between me and the audience, as we both predicted Global Esports Academy to win this one. 53% for the audience prediction, while 43% for Reckoning Esports, and I'm pretty sure one of those votes was of Necro himself.
I mean, amongst the 43, sure, but again, moving on. Of course. Oh, getting punished.
Not a short hit.
Really now, Reckoning, they're losing their heads, they're losing their calm. This is hurting them. Global Esports Academy, they're pinching on that. getting that early kill. It's gonna set them off a little bit. Monnier being the one getting those peaks, failing to deliver. Now the pressure is really starting to surmount. Seems like the tides have changed.
Here's the thing. The drone that was just now used over towards the B lobby has kind of given the fake information of B being empty. So maybe the players are going to shift towards the A side. That makes B.
But
My ultimate is ready.
oh,
Spike
disgusting,
down B.
disgusting. Of course, bear in mind, without any buys, just forcing it out. BGG melee on a stinger, deadly. Gotta work it with those classics, and now there you have it, UV. Oh, exactly why justifying that. Vice pick up over there, and yeah, now GE Academy. It's safe to say they are back.
Oh, yeah, so. Yeah, I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying
Yeah,
that
say
the
that
person
to
right next to you.
the big man, yeah.
I've been saying it for a while now, but here's the thing now. This round is going to be the most crucial one to determine the pace because of the major ultimates for both of the sides. Annihilation as well as Dimension is good for Reckoning. While Armageddon up and NV2K as well. Getting his own slow motion up. I really like to call it as slow motion because that's what Varane made it into. And it's going to be a heavy play towards the A side.
It's gonna be interesting. Who's next? Seems like GE Academy also prepped up for this.
I love it.
Ricky, alright, Dimensional Drift. Two players spotted out, the Paranoia comes in, the third also out there. And now Kibo, he wants to go in. Let's see, GE Academy. They have all that information. They have been compromised though, as Monnier. That luck, around the area, UV present. UV deletes him. Monnier getting taken down and so much information. And Risen rising up to the occasion there. Somehow trying to survive. What just happened? As Risen gets a kill though. At the cost of what? BGG, Paradox, two players surviving now. So much committed. And Reckoning Esports, they do not get anything out of it.
How the heck is UV alive after all of that?
No idea.
That's something that
Right
blows
here.
my mind right now. And these two players eventually was forced to make a play. Crossfire.
God.
UV.
Not looking good. BGG.
30 seconds left.
You can see, you can feel them shaking right now.
And look at Smokey pushing out all the way from A. He will eventually catch the rest two players.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Sitter, there you go. One goes out and put to rest. Reckoning Esports. Tables have completely been flipped, folks. 10-8 on the scoreline. And GE Academy. Oh my goodness. They're actually starting to do it.
And that has basically forced them to pick another timeout now. Reckoning. Using the first one in this entire match.
A little too late, don't you think?
I think so. They still have a decent amount of time right now, right?
Do they?
Yeah,
It's 10-8, bro.
it is, but it is one of their eco round right now, and they're on the attacking side. So, I think so maybe. Here's the thing, you know. In the early few rounds, I did see a few ideas in terms of the attacking half as well, but if a few of those deadlock defaults that you normally see, right? We're not really seeing any major plays on the back of the Revenant and the Dimensional Drift. I did see them try to make one, but again, you can't really just rely on the Revenant to hit every single time, because there are going to be moments when it's not going to. So what's your backup plan on the after that? And I think so it's basically you dedicating your paranoia as well for that. But if you do that, then you don't really have something for the site execute too. You need to isolate a few angles, or rather clear out a couple of angles on the back of it. So that's where they're kind of struggling. Tricky needs to use his splashes as well on time. There's a lot of things that you can do with this composition, but I think so Reckoning, the defensive preparation was on point. While Global Esports Academy on their defense really know how to use this wave.
Especially of comments to UV. He's been such an important piece to the puzzle.
The Wise.
Been flawless so far. The way he's been playing it out, but Reckoning.
Free walk.
Yeah,
going out.
just partial buy coming in. And Smokey is present, just trying to thread the needle there.
No escape.
Information, NP2K opens it up. Munir already done and dealt with. Risen once again. Now caught in a pinch. Other player from Reckoning, and there you have it. Smokey follows up. one more in the bag. This time a little bit of shenanigans goes punished. EGG finds that entry, and at this point, look at the HP. Next to none.
One enemy remaining.
There were two players who literally had 1 HP in this one. Ryzen and Deadly 10. Rather Deadly 1. But, alright. Another round for Global Esports Academy. Now the boys are... The faces are looking lit up at least.
Yeah.
Just like yours.
I'm really happy. You know, for all the right reasons. Love that reaction on Necro's face at this point. He's gotta bite his words back, but yes, G Academy, they are pulling it off.
But here's the thing. Now we've got some big ultimates as well. The Hunter's Fury, Annihilation. Annihilation has been up for a while now, so that could be used up to maybe pair a few things. But also, UV has got his Steel Garden to counter. Last time he used it, the entire attack of Reckoning was stopped. So this becomes another pivotal round for this entire map, and not just the half.
Crucial one at that. And look at this, Tricky. Trying to get some information. A fake out there. At this point, Deadly 10 finally finds some space. Gets that important opener.
And that's the smoker.
Yeah, and they're yet to commit.
Camera taken out.
Still have their forces attack. Spike headed towards a Risen. Looking a little bit unsettled. Still has NV2K. A little bit of a defensive position for him.
Now here's the thing. Reckoning know that in every single round UV has been setting up B. So A should be the weaker side, it should be the open side because there's no smokes to delay anyway. Yes, there's going to be the guided salvos, but that's about it, nothing else.
I know exactly where
To win it. Except it's deployed, and now oh, this is where NB2K he needs to win the duel. He does though, but still we've got Munya and Paradox picking up the pieces, and UV out of nowhere.
What?
Too thin smoke sprays down,
Planted.
and now has still kept Global Esports Academy in contention.
Got the Steel Garden.
So 2-1-3 retake at this point. Deadly placed around health, position compromised. Gonna go into the peak, it's dazed. Deadly 10 for the Annihilation, does catch one. And now UV, he's gotta be the hero, he's gotta be the star. Against three players,
Standing.
looks nigh impossible as Deadly. They wanted a hero and he was the one putting up the mantle. It's exactly what Reckoning needed.
I like to say, I did like the idea of what UV was trying to do, right? Because normally behind the Annihilation, you would also have a couple of players watching it out so that no one breaks the opponent free. So he probably was waiting for any kind of peek on the back of it. But the patience from Deadly 10 was impeccable. He did not hear any shots, he did not jump up to peek. And that was the kind of patience you were looking from the side of Reckoning. A good execute, but it came on the back of that individual brilliance when Smoke A was picked off. And on the back of it, you had the neural theft, found the information, and another Hunter's Fury pick onto the Teho, if I'm not wrong, over towards the tree as well. But you don't really have those utilities for this round. In terms of the macro, Global Esports Academy are still winning. Maybe this time out is again for some kind of set play, which we saw all the way back in the pistol round. Maybe something similar is going to happen this time around.
Yeah, they've always threw the players of Reckoning off guard, right? And especially not just out-reading them, but in terms of the duels that they've engaged in. They've by far been the superior bunch. And now even Reckoning did take some while to get condition.
Yep.
Finally finding a round after 4 consecutive losses. It's definitely gonna take that momentum off, but an important one for Reckoning if they win. Head on the map point. At this point, some intentions shown across the B side. Risen there. But look at UV this time. He's playing around Garden.
Yeah. The fun fact is, that's the adaptation of Global Esports Academy. They've also got the operator over towards the A side. I don't think so. Reckoning are going to anticipate that. They will. Drone's going to clear out a bit of information over towards B main, but players are still in the lobby. They're waiting for Global Esports Academy to make any kind of aggressive play. This is a very expensive information recon. You've just basically figured out where Deadly 10 is, and apart from that, nothing.
Trying to get those off picks, trying to be on the lurk.
Spike is going, it was going towards the A side, but now they're still calling it towards B. Maybe they're going to end in a B split though.
Yeah, 38 seconds. The board and Shawl
Hitting the brakes.
make that call. Deadly 10.
30 seconds
This
left.
time again Smokey.
Timing.
Barrier
Has to be of the
deployed.
essence. Alright, goes into the peak, gets smacked down. Smokey still standing tall but tricky. He finds that quick trade and there comes a flush coming in. Kibo still present, gets two as BGG, Paradox, Munir combine it and suddenly they dismantle G Academy.
Major plays from Reckoning.
Match point.
Just playing it patiently, making sure Global Esports Academy were guessing throughout the half. And then eventually moving in for a B hit. The fake was, I wouldn't exactly say it worked out really well because it did not brought in any rotators from B towards the A side. There were just a couple of players there and they still stood there. But it came down to the fact where Tricky picked up a perfect timing to peek in from, or rather open things up for his team from the B main. Eventually got a pick on the back of it. And also his team transitioning. Now this is an aggressive play from Ryzen, my man. You are a Teho, not a Wele. You don't have a refract.
Tricky. Alright. Just trying to push them back a little bit. Global Esports Academy. 2 players starting up B right now. Indeed it is, and they want to end this fast. Take out deployed Paranoia comes in. Enough to keep them at bay, but Tricky steps out and Kibo goes down. Munien will follow up. Smokey finds no respite as Reckoning just shred through and get the B site already captured in. Now the spike being planted.
Spike planted.
This is where UV and MV2K left with no option but to commit. And there you go. UV still got some fight left as UV. Gets that pistol. Almost brought down too low. UV still finds. Still in the mix.
Last player
Now
standing.
he's got to work it out. Not against Deadly. The last man standing will be NV2K. A fight. He's got to take all by his lonesome. And Paradox, he's not going to give him that opportunity. He's going to get that frag and Reckoning. One up already against Global Esports Academy.
Beautiful play after those timeouts. Not dropping a single one though, but rather taking away from Global Esports Academy all of those rounds. A phenomenal play and a great calling. The patience was impeccable. They realized that they were eventually playing at the pace of Global Esports Academy.
Yep.
And all they needed to do was slow things down. Just do what Vele normally does or forces you to with their own skills. So I think so that's still a pretty solid game that Global Esports Academy portrayed, and it kind of reminisces of what happened back in Split 1, that these two teams, if they're colliding, it's going to go a long way.
It did go a long way, and at a certain moment, I think we had this feeling that maybe this time G Academy was prepared, but it all comes down to you deploying everything you had, gave your life into it, almost staged that comeback the moment that Deadly 10 round comes in, and suddenly they looked lost once again. I think it was all about that momentum game that was really putting G Academy back into the picture. But then once it got taken away, it felt like they had no floor to stand on.
Yeah, and to be very honest, over towards the later stages, I think so Reckoning were picking the good sides as well, where the Wise was not playing. So you didn't have to deal with those taunts, you didn't have to deal with the share as well, and they were trying to pull off a few fakes as well on the back of it, left and right. Even though it did not work out that well, it still gave you a few of those timings to pick up, and on the back of that, your players eventually got a few pickups. I think so. Reckoning were doing a fantastic job on the back of it. Yes, Global Esports Academy almost staged their comeback back in their own defensive half, but one thing that I really like is the fact that this is Ascent. We know that it's a very defensive map, but this thing normally does not happen in South Asia. Mostly teams get the rounds on attacking side, so I love the fact how teams are picking up the international meta as well and are also utilizing a lot of those ideas into their current form.
I mean, I love the agent selection coming in from G Academy. Really, it was a breath of fresh air to see some new agents being brought into the picture, really being executed. I mean, So close yet so far. Just that one other round, and yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think you're still of the opinion that maybe another agent could have bettered the odds, but the MVP, who else than this young lad, especially when you've got so many imports coming through, still finding his footing. You've also got Paradox, but still stepping out, and with Deadlock getting that MVP, Deadly 10, you young lad, take a bow. What an investment.
Phenomenal one indeed. He used to play Duelist back when he was playing with the Middle Esports lineup under Sai's leadership as well. And I think so even at that time he was performing brilliantly.
Yeah.
But with the way how he's now adapting to those new roles, I think so he was also playing a bit of an initiator back in Split 1. Now switching things up and sticking down to the Deadlock as well, or rather the Sentinel role. I think so the way this guy has grown and evolved, that is very, very impressive.
Journey from a boy to a man, and he is really starting to surprise us.
Yep.
And finally, stories will be told, and it's just the start in Split 2. But taking a quick look at the stats, 13-9 was the score. For a moment, it felt like it could be an easy one for Reckoning, but suddenly G Academy, they switched gears on the defensive side, really possessed a lot of post, in fact, a lot of threat to Reckoning, and sooner or later, once they got conditioned, and just on behalf of that one round coming in from Deadly 10, and that's all Reckoning needed to close it out. And it's been a team show so far. Paradox still taking us a little time. You know, would love to see him on Raised next, but for Global Esports Academy, Ryzen, I think he's definitely made a lot of noise.
Indeed he was. And he's got a full kit that reeks a lot of noise. And the fact he's got 5 first kills on a Teho. Now, to be very honest, you know, that is an impressive stat, but eventually if you're on an initiator role, that's something you would want to avoid as much as possible, to be honest, right? You don't want to take those first contacts, but that is one of the you could say things that come if you pick up a Waylay as your main duelist. So yes, I still don't really love that pick. I think so there's a lot of rework needed to be done on that one, but you know what, it's absolutely fine. You wanted to try something new, did not work out for your team. Maybe on Icebox you've got something new planned.
Oh, talking about the very structure of it, when you're talking about South Asian Valorant, it's always been about prioritizing those duels, right? Getting into those fights and winning those battles. And Ryzen realized that, you know, the more tactical he's trying to play, it's not working out. So might as well just go all out and maybe try to get those openings. He did, but yeah, fell a little short, as a result of which G Academy now are 1-0 down against Reckoning, but still 2 more maps hopefully await them. But that will happen after this short little break.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
The wolves are howling, but the young guys are now shivering. But is that shiver because of the wolves, or is it because we're going to be jumping into the icy lands of Icebox? That's a question which will be answered soon. Please wipe that smoke off your face, Necro. I know what you're about to say.
No, that's not what I'm going to say, but I'm really surprised with the way Global Esports Academy played that previous map. Given quite a tough competition, I'm pretty sure even for a moment, Reckoning Esports were sweating off in that map because they themselves knew whatever we're trying to bring on the board is just not really working out. Global Esports Academy, for a moment, it felt like they were just winning a lot of those duels that Reckoning Esports is challenging them to.
But that's the fun part about it, right? Yes, Global Esports Academy were winning a lot of those duels, but it came down to that first half itself where the scoreline was a 9-3 and they could not just get a round or two maybe on board, which would have given them some extra bit of lifeline to work around with, or either force Reckoning as well for their next time out. But you know what? What's done is done. What's in the past is in the past. Right now, there's a new beginning because this map of Icebox was not there back when we were playing in Split 1. Neither of these teams played on this map, so it's going to be an entirely new land which will be traversed by both of these teams.
The main point of concern is that Reckoning Esports, since they've already got the momentum underneath their belts, we know what can happen now. Reckoning Esports, they've already got the confidence that, yes, they can steamroll through even on the map of Icebox. And we have seen this map time and time, even in the past. We know Icebox is such a tactical map. But these teams, they need to play on tactical level at the same time as well. If Reckoning Esports is going for raw duels, and if the opponent team wants to bring in those tactics, they need to make sure they're shredding up a lot of trap plays.
I have to agree with you on that one. But you know, there's a big difference on this map as well as what happened on the previous one. Ascent is very defense-centric map.
True.
And Double Sentinel basically makes it impossible for you to break through those choke points and head on the side. Icebox on the other side, this is a kind of map which even me and Spartans and Fritz were discussing that you don't really need a duelist on this one, just because there are so many choke points that you technically need to break. You can just run it all down, and there's not a big gap between the side and your own spawn itself. So still, both of these teams overall in towards the agent pool are gonna stick to a few new things though. A Harbor being brought in by Kibo from Global Esports Academy with the Harbor Viper composition, which if I'm not wrong, PaperX ran all the way back in Pacific. But that too was probably last year. While Reckoning on the other side, running with the Teho, Yoru, pretty solid or rather decent one for them too.
So when it comes to Duelist, it's more about the escapability that the Duelist has. You can take the risk at the same time, minimize it as much as possible because you can instantly back away, even though if you found yourself in one of the worst possible spots. That's why, in my opinion, having a Duelist in your roster means a lot. For example, Jet, if you move on towards the A side, if you find yourself in an awkward spot, you cannot move away instantly if you're playing a Sentinel or an Initiator. Unless you're playing with a Chamber, then yes, the teleport really does come into play. And in my opinion, Chamber is sort of like a 50% Duelist. He's always being played that way. But hold on to that thought. Reckoning Esports is probably things up quite aggressive this time, pushing up close and personal through the tube. Already, trades did happen back and forth. Global Esports Academy once again starting to do some serious damage. And NV2K is wrapped up from the back as he shuts down both of them. A 3-on-2 on the board. Reckoning Esports in a big world of trouble because they do not really have the man advantage anymore. And Reckoning Esports still trying to deny the side take as much as possible, but it's already taken away by the foes. Deadly 10 might just have the striking advantage, but he looks away! But still, he flicks back on the target as he shuts down Smokey. And V2K follows up as well, the same line, but Ryzen, he's going to be the only man left alive now for Global Esports Academy.
45 HP.
Things going to be much more smoother. Deadly 10 with just 10 HP. He was not able to pull that clutch, but still valiant efforts.
That was absolutely phenomenal, to be honest, from Reckoning, and clearly proves you that even for a second, you cannot look away.
That was incredible from Reckoning Esports. They pretty much brought that round back in their hands on the brink of loss.
I agree. But again, it was NV2K who eventually set things up for Global Esports Academy, right? Because it was this push through the Viper's Poison Cloud where NV2K moved up towards the snow pile, then just quickly jumped up over towards the tube to catch the players and make it a pincer. I love the approach. I love the quick anticipation and adaptation. On the back of it now, goes down towards the A.
As I mentioned, if a team's playing tactical and the other one's playing super aggressive, playing for raw duels, setting up the trap place is going to mean a lot. At this point in time, it feels like Reckoning Esports are really relying heavily on those trap plays. Beautiful brutal snake bite that was. Man was not able to escape that. But still, Paradox gets a nice two-piece with the classic. Doing some nice damage. Two players taken down. Even if they manage to get one more, the bonus round can be denied in the future. So Reckoning Esports just needs to aim for one more kill in this one.
I agree.
BGG on the flank, the main impact player, but he whiffs a lot of shots.
Last player standing.
But still NV2K's taking down real low. Maybe now he can get a bit more of those kills. BGG's whiffing too many shots at this point in time. He's only got 35 HP, but he's also got a paranoia to work with.
Both the players are low in the HP though, but the off angle of Smokey, absolutely crazy. And on the back of it now, Global Esports Academy converting the anti-eco round as well, and that to fairly healthy with 3 of the weaponries being carried forward. Again, simple, straightforward one. Let's rush down towards the A side. They scale up on the back of the Harbor High Tide and then quickly move up as well. I like Cascade use too because yes, it did not deny the offense to the other side, but at least it denied them all the vision and you could scale up on the back of it. Strength. But also at the same time a weakness of Harbor because you can't really disrespect your own Harbor wall.
Same from Paradox. Get that nice two-piece. Just a classic. Vacuum got that round in the hands as well, but Reckoning Esports aggression paying off. 3 quick kills on the board. Now just leaves this round with a 2-on-4. Global Esports Academy, heavy losses on their side. That turret's gonna spot the player now. They know exactly where Smoke A is too. But they do not know if the man's crossed all the way towards Kitchen. Reckoning Esports maybe going for the reclear can actually help them as well, but Smoke A, intentions are pretty clear. He does want to cross all the way towards that Kitchen area.
It's gonna be watched out for. UV as well as there. Probably create a distraction. Lovely 1-2 play from Global Esports Academy. Pulling down the teammate and then bringing it all the way. It's winnable, right? Because Paradox is down to 46 HP.
That was such a great bait play.
But look at Moner.
Yeah, he's wrapped up deep. A lot of map control, but unfortunately he did not go deep enough.
There's the Killjoy turret as well.
30
So
seconds
they'll eventually
left.
spot him. Now, he does. So they know that they're basically pushing all the way up. Maybe towards B side?
It's fine though. That's going to help the players of Global Esports Academy be a little bit more quicker, move on towards site, know exactly what's going on around them, and that's why the spike plant's going to go through.
Spike
Still
planted.
the man advantage in the hands of Reckoning Esports though, and as long as the man advantage prevails, Global Esports Academy sealing the deal on this one.
enemy
Big pick from the side of Monair. That's going to be the first one on the board. UV did try his best to fight back, but it's still not going to matter. Global Esports Academy, after winning those 2 consistent string of rounds, they finally dropped the most important one.
I'll have to say that's kind of a big mistake or a big bummer by Smokey. Put up his own Viper Ball and then disrespected his own Viper Ball, understanding that there was someone...
And it still felt like they were clueless about Monair's position, even though they heard the turret going off. So they should have known that there is someone towards B main.
Exactly the point. So that's the reason why I kind of like the plan towards the backside. But then again, just one decision making. It's fine though, because they were able to take away 3 major weaponries from Reckoning. Only 2 rifles carried forward, and that's why Ready 10 right now sticking on to a Sheriff with a full shield too. But NB2K is ready to take the B main orb to get the nice up and ready.
It's Reckoning Esports though at the end of the day. Just a few guns taken away is really not going to stop their flow. Global Esports Academy, they have been playing like a well-knit machine.
Where's the orb?
Get out of my way.
Reckoning Esports, once again, thriving for the map control.
Stacked side.
And as you mentioned, the side indeed seems quite stacked. 3 players available. One all the way back towards Snowman, 2 players right on the side itself. Global Esports Academy, they're walking into a major death trap. And look at this crossover from Monair. This can be brilliant. As long as the man's position's not compromised. What a flash peek that was, but still, he whiffed the opportunity. And the chance is now stolen away as Global Esports Academy once again swing back to life. Deadly 10 with a Sheriff in the hand now. The man needs to connect crucial shots, and he does as well. But in the end, gives his life away. A 2v3 still can be converted. Armageddon in hands.
Spike planted.
Possible now.
Last player
Getting out a bit of an information, but I love the idea of Global Esports Academy pushing it up all the way towards the spawn as they heard where the drone was, and it's all down to Paradox now. 15 seconds for the salvos.
highly doubt at this point even Paradox is going to try to go for any sort of util plays. The man's just going to try to isolate the aim duel straight up. He's not going to try to put a lot of brain into it.
Grenade is live. This is
He's
how
going for
it
the ult.
ends.
Yeah, it's questionable.
All missiles away.
1v3, still the man's not giving away the hopes of winning, and yeah, disrespecting the wall like that is of course going to meet the makers. I'm not exactly sure what sort of game plan that was from Reckoning Esports, because Armageddon can help you in so many possible ways. A proper retake could have been done with that ultimate, but instead Paradox used it to try and convert a 1v3, which of course the odds were completely stacked against the man.
And now they don't even have the buy for this round, so it's going to be a save. Global Esports can easily...
Yeah, terrible decision making.
Yeah, it can be 4-1 with that lineup, and they can also have the snowballing ult economy because Kibo is one away from his own Reckoning. UV is one away. His own ultimate.
Oh. This time around, the man's running thin on patience, but he still looks away with those shots, and that's where NV2K really comes back to life.
Ultimate ready.
Global Esports Academy once again showcasing that presence just like every other round towards B main. And UV's the man holding mid, making sure that he's not going to be flanked. Global Esports Academy, these set plays are really working out perfectly well for them.
I love the macro idea as well. Pick up the B main orb, get the Reckoning ready. See maybe if the A main orb is remaining.
I suggest you move.
Snort is absolutely fine. They go up on the back of Reckoning, should be able to get the plant down.
To vacate the site, NB2K once again pops out at a different level. Tricky taken down at the end of the day, so eco round, so we cannot really expect a lot from Reckoning Esports, but a series of rounds being lost from Reckoning Esports, it's going to hurt them in the longer run, but hold on! Could have been a fighting chance. But still, Reckoning Esports, they lose it.
NV gets a 3k on 14 HP.
Yeah.
That's just bonkers. Almost halfway through for his own blade, another blade storm to be very honest, and Kibo, after using the Reckoning, getting
Turret out.
a plant down, it's on the back of it as well. Try and just keep on snowballing though, but on the other side, Moner has got his own Viper spread up, maybe wants to play aggressive over towards the B this time.
Don't get in my way.
Indeed, whoa. It's kind of lost the sight down. B2K did realize too much threat in the front. This time around, we cannot really go for the orb contention. Players deciding to back all the way towards the A side. You can see even the defenders are ready. 3 players are primed towards this site.
Just holding it down now.
Toxin screen down.
Funny, this stalemate situation's just gonna give more confidence to Reckoning Esports. Global Esports Academy, in my opinion, they need to make their takes pretty quick.
I kind of like the idea though of them constantly bullet spamming that Viper spread, because
You
on the back
should
of
run.
it, you also had a couple of players rotating there, but again, the lockdown up for UV should help you empty the entire site, and Reckoning are just going to respect it, have anything to break that lockdown. Have all that space and ready to hit as soon as they hear the plant down.
As I mentioned, Global Esports Academy, they needed to
30
be quick
seconds
with the
left.
take, and that's what they've exactly done. Reckoning Esports just waiting on the other side of the wall, waiting for the wall to fade away. That's what exactly happens. Esports Academy, just look at the offense this man was
Spike
creating,
planted.
but NV2K committed to the fight too hard. But a trigger discipline play is coming into way, and that's where Ryzen is going to strike. Was able to get some nice value for his own teammates, but Reckoning Esports once again strike hard, and they strike back. As Global Esports Academy, they lose us the second round in this series.
Trigger discipline, yes indeed, maybe a bit too much out there if I'm not wrong. Tricky probably found some success on the back of it, or at least some of the information, so a big investment round as well for Global Esports Academy with the lockdown 2 and a lovely retake from Reckoning.
I think he did okay, but his teammates were at fault there. They should have realized that, yes, one of our men is in prime position. Maybe let's not go for the peaks and let's try to stay alive.
Early. Could have prayed for that life too, but again, having a look at the prediction of the audience too, it's still Global Esports Academy, this time with 58%, while
Interesting.
2%, you know, 1% fall down after that first game, even though it was a map pick off. Global Esports Academy, and that is a bit silly.
Interesting. At the end of the day, Global Esports Academy, quite the fan favorite one, huh?
Oh, lovely shot by Envy.
That's going to kick things off.
Poison orb.
Global Esports Academy really doing good when it comes to those duels. Enemy tag.
Wait.
Good tag as well. That's going to catch the players off guard, but Monair's position still left out. No one knows exactly where Monair is, but look at this. Global Esports Academy just backing away from that. Moving towards A. Even Monair trying to regain the spot back in his hands. He's trying to flank all the way towards the backlines. NV2K's HP is not a lot.
Yeah.
There is the turret available, so that's going to give Monair's position away.
It's probably watching mid though, so it's not actually going to give the position away of Monair.
I
But
suggest
alright,
you
there's
move.
the alarm bot out there, and it's going to be another reckoning though in 3 or rather 4 rounds.
Oh no. Reckoning utilized, and as you mentioned, look at that once again, the site's going to be empty. Hunter's Fury 2 invested by Risen to try and get anyone out.
Oh, that's
And
the
Monair's
lockdown.
flag comes to the way. Monair's even able to find one. That's going to create a big panic in the hands of Global Esports Academy. And Risen, his position is now noticed by Monair too. Monair knows exactly what's going on around the block. But unfortunately, his position gets caught, and he was not able to get any sort of value with that. Leaves Deadly 10 all by himself in a 1v3. Monair could have done so much more, but he messed up big time. Could have gotten a lot of value. And Deadly 10 with no other option left than to back away and play for a save.
Major ultimate round from Global Esports Academy, and they've converted this as well. Just a save for Deadly 10 because that's all he can do. Paradox with 0 in the bank, Tricky with 0, BGG, yes, a decent amount, but Monair only 600, and he had the perfect opportunity. But you still can't take away the fact that Global Esports Academy, on the back of Reckoning, they quickly went in on the side, used the Viper's Pit to utilize that space, and then when the lockdown was used by Deadly 10, they brought out their own Hunter's Fury to try and take care of that lockdown. That is, again, a very solid macro play.
I'm just really happy that Global Esports Academy is actually giving such a tough fight to Reckoning Esports. Really not making it easy on them.
You know what? Bryson really needs to throw a different recon now.
Yeah,
Right,
probably.
He's been predicting it since years.
Even though it's being predicted,
What?
the shot still gives away the position.
Right
But
there.
Reckoning Esports, they're just so proactive. They're already roaming on the entire map like it's their own house. But in the end, Hito still strikes. And just like that, Global Esports Academy once again started to get the clip back inside of it. But Monair's position is going to catch a few players off guard.
Poison's off.
And one of them is also going to be UV on the board. Smokey, the only man left alive in this circumstance. And I highly doubt Smokey can do a lot in this position. Last man known, Smokey's trapped. He cannot go anywhere. Backs away towards the tubes. But Smokey, what can you do? It's a 1v3 and the opponents are now fully armed.
Toxins going up.
Still backs away.
Yeah,
He does not even have the spike, so he cannot even go for the winning blow.
down.
They can hear him. Wherever he's deciding to go, they can hear him. Now he's gonna cut off all the noise though.
30 seconds
Make that
left.
Jump.
Poison orb emitting.
Interesting.
27 seconds. 27 seconds remaining on the clock. He can't
Toxin
take the
screen
spike and go
down.
for the plant. He has to take the fight. And I think so the round should be over by now because Global Esports Academy are already winning.
Yeah, I highly doubt he's going to try to go for a win in this one. Mainly it's going to be all about saving this weaponry that he's got in his hands, but no, instead even that gets denied. For Reckoning Esports, this was a prime round that they've taken in their hands. And this conversion is going to help them so much in building up their economy in the upcoming one.
I agree because they were just W-keying phenomenally on all the fronts. They kept on winning those fights. I did like the idea as well because Global Esports Academy were just
One enemy
unaware
remaining.
about every single thing. And fun fact is Monair has constantly been pushing the B main after taking care of that recon. And I don't think so Global Esports Academy have realized that yet. But maybe after this timeout they're going to discuss this and probably punish Monair for all of those pushes because the reason why Reckoning is always having more members on the side wherever the execute is going on for GEA is because Monair is taking a lot of space in B main.
He indeed is. timeout coming through from Global Esports Academy because they know they've just lost one of the most vital rounds. Is NV2K even going to go for a buy? That's my question. He's going to have a Blade Storm up the moment he gets one more Ultimate Orb. So I'm pretty sure they're going to try to contest the Ultimate Orb in this round itself and give the man the Blade Storm. We'll invest into a full shield though. Just has enough for the upcoming round. But no, instead he's actually going to fully invest into this round. Gets a Stinger, full armor.
Fair enough.
Interesting. If he wanted, he could have actually saved the creds, go for the ult orb, and play on the back of the Blade Storm. But no, instead, NV2K invested everything. Let's see if it's actually going to work out or not, though. Push, which is clearly not working out. Tricky was able to catch the man on towards main, and Monair is more than enough to handle these players. At this point in time, Global Esports is getting manhandled. And here's the main issue. If Global Esports Academy is not able to catch the pace back up after this round, man, it's going to be a big series of rounds back in the hands of Reckoning Esports.
Normally when you're playing on Icebox, you probably want 4 or 5 rounds on the defense, and after this, Reckoning will have 4 on board. And they've also got the operator working in for Tricky, and the first shot was absolutely nasty. It's about time maybe. Flawless pick and another one. Monair gets a 3Ks, one away from his own Viper split for this round too. Great adaptation from Reckoning, understanding what Global Esports Academy want to do. They're denying the extremities of the map to them.
Told you. The moment this happens, we all know there's going to be a big series of round now converted by Reckoning Esports. In Global Esports Academy, they're just going to be there shook. The upcoming round, they don't even have the money to go for anything, so they have to go for a save. They have to go for an eco round. Sheriff's on the board, a shorty in the hands of NV2K.
Get out of my way!
Let's see how much impact they can actually do. Yeah.
Try and catch someone. Tricky's got the operator for this one though, and there's a gap in the cascade.
That gap's really not gonna matter too much, but the man's already snuck past him, and that's the main concern. Good shot, and he instantly TP's away, but even NV2K was able to get a nice pick onto Paradox. NV2K now knows there is someone inside the smoke as well, but deadly 10 overextends and gets caught. These individual duels that are being challenged by Reckoning Esports is now digging up their own graves. This should not have been done in the first place.
Kibo is one away from his own Reckoning. He's got the right.
Oh, but hold on, Monair. This man is definitely going to get a lot of impact done. Smoke A and his Ryzen. Just a 2-man squad. Can they make a lot happen? That's my question. But no is going to be the answer, as BGG will be the kryptonite against Global Esports Academy.
That's a massive pullback by Reckoning. A round that was almost lost, a thrifty almost into the making. They were able to pull it all the way back up. Couple of shots being missed out by Global Esports Academy, eventually hurting them a lot and biting them in the back. The Wolves yet again. Howling pretty loud. Global Esports Academy shivering down to their bone. 3 rounds back to back now for Reckoning, so it's got a pretty solid amount of economy, enough for the next 2 rounds itself, and operator now on an off angle, and this time it's in the hands of BGG. Of yellow.
Here.
GEA just holding it down over towards the A. Slowly scaling up on the back of that owl drone, which spots absolutely nothing.
I suggest
2
you
players
move.
ready and primed. Reckoning once again utilized. Even the wall's going to cut off a bit of that entrance for the opponents. Reckoning Esports backing away, respecting the opponents, and their space that's needed.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
Any sort of info. Luckily enough, NV2K did not shoot, but he still gives away that position on top of screen. Recon dart, and at least he's going to scan a few players maybe on either side of the screen, but still Global Esports Academy, they're getting absolutely manhandled by Reckoning Esports. 2 more players remaining. Man advantage in the hands of Reckoning Esports. It's a 3v2. Well, now make it a 2v2. UV
Last
difference
player
maker in this
standing.
scenario. Gets another man down. Even Paradox is taken care of, and Yui single-handedly delivers a 3K to make sure that Global
Last
Esports
round
Academy
in
is
the
still in the
half.
race.
The timing on the back of it could not have been perfect. Just holding it all the way down, the first hit from Ryzen and then the recon. Even though he was picked off, he made sure that the next two players will also be threatened. And that's why on the back of it, you could also see one. Didn't see where Kibo eventually went down because of the guided salvos though, but it's absolutely fine as long as Yubi was standing up strong. He's also got the lockdown available for this round. Armageddon one away. Paradox, so they want to play aggressive over towards the end. They're going to be allowed to do so.
EXE Esports this time around, they're
One
done.
enemy remaining.
Running thin on
Spike
patience,
down A.
and just like that, Global Esports Academy getting absolutely shut down. Did not even have a chance to try and fight back because Revenant Esports, they came in with vengeance and revenge in their mind.
There was no strategy in this round.
Yeah, it was just straight up go push
Yeah.
and play on aim. And it worked out for Revenant Esports. They realized what their strength is.
Macro in this entire round was to get the AWP for Paradox so that he gets the Armageddon. You know what? Let's rather forget the AWP and let's get all the heads that are being offered on the other side though. No fight back on the side of Global Esports Academy. A big problem, but it's absolutely fine. On the defense now, and they've got 5 ghosts up. Ryzen is buying 2 shot darts, so that's interesting. I'm just gonna send down Kibo all the way towards the B main with the alarm bot, so rather a few changes here and there.
Imagine Ryzen plays for one of the OG strats.
Scanning ahead.
Goes to the spike plant, then plays on the lineup with the shock dart.
The only difference is he's on defense.
True that.
Maybe for the other side?
Oh yeah, but they don't have to.
Toxins going up.
No, rather you throw your shot dart.
This half's gonna mean a lot for both these players, and specifically this round. Revenant Esports, they have got the momentum rolling for themselves. They have won a lot of rounds back to back. A bit of a
That's such a nasty smoke by BGG. He smoked off the alarm bot, and this smoke, I mean, no one has any idea. This is a big brain play, and Reckoning have won this round right now.
you never know though. It all comes down to those duels too at the end of the day.
Saying it.
Reckoning Esports, they have found themselves in quite the great positions, and as you mentioned, that smoke, it's really helping them be a bit more proactive. BGG was able to still do a lot of damage, and maybe this damage is going to help them secure more kills. But they're back away from that spot, gets a kill towards Snowman as well. Frank still happening back and forth. Now the fight's taken down to a 1-on-2. Deadly 10, the only man left alive, but he whips that as well. Reckoning Esports, they lose a round that they were supposed to win.
They did everything right. Every single thing right until the duels.
I told you, it all comes down to duels at the end of the day. And that's where Reckoning Esports messed up.
Big time though, but rather, you know, I'll have to say Global Esports Academy, even though they were caught by surprise, they were able to pull it back up very quickly, understanding the gaps that they had to fill, and eventually avoiding most of the danger too. Winning out all of those duels itself with a ghost in the hand, a phenomenal play. I'll have to say NV2K was eventually a bit too lucky out there. First getting down to 22 HP, then also the next shot through the wall bang, only dealing 10 damage. Safe. Say he was now with the Guardian on top of 410. A bit of aggression, still holds his own ground.
Genuinely speaking, Global Esports Academy, this is where they can stop the momentum of Reckoning Esports.
What timing.
If you keep on messing things up like that, maybe Reckoning Esports can once again spring back to life. His teammates is going to push a play personal. He gets another pick, but he's the only man alive, and that's the main concern. And Global Esports Academy, quite a quick swoop in this one.
He was just dropping all the way up from the rafters and then dropping down. Solid play again, coming in from Global Esports Academy. Of Guardians, a Bulldog as well, and a Sheriff with a Ghost and a full shield across the board. That's interesting. extra money in the bank account. And is willing to donate, but
I will be their nightmare.
Legion Shield for Moner. Half for Paradox, but there's no Outlaw on the other side, so that's not going to be any kind of problem though. This time, they're going to probably go towards the B side.
Okay. Drone backs away, still unscanned. They do not know if the man's there.
Poison's off.
Global Esports Academy, they've got a lot of intel that they're playing on the back of. And Tricky, it was not even a tricky play, but still the man fell prey. Now 4 and 5 to kick things off for Global Esports Academy. They don't even have the suitable weaponries to try and defend themselves. This seems like a Revenant Esports round if they play their cards right. Paradox gets taken down real low. The man's now starting to face some real heat. But still, BGG was there to try and get the trades on the back of that. A 3v3 in the end in Reckoning Esports. They've lost the advantage they had, but look at Deadly 10 is wrapping up all the way from the back towards Snowman. He can definitely cut off the player at the front, and what a quick flick that was. UV shuts down. Once again, advantage back in the hands, but NV2K, he takes the advantage away and brings it down to a 2v2, but still the HP advantage is with the Reckoning Esports boys.
But look at the position of Ryzen. He can eventually get a freebie on Tricky.
Spike planted.
Unless Tricky turns around at the worst possible moment, and he's not. He's actually moving up front.
Oh my god. Surrounding awareness, Tricky.
Ryzen.
Come on. You got to know that there is someone on the back.
Oh my god, he gets spotted.
Last player
Not good.
standing.
Even his teammates falls apart. Ryzen does not have enough HP to try and go for this clutch. Just 25 HP on the board. Does have an hour troll available, but I highly doubt it's going to be that useful, specifically in a 1-on-2 situation. And even the opponents are playing for a trap play. They've got the crossfire set up too, quite beautifully. Tricky's waiting for the peek, as the peek is done by Ryzen, still not catching any sort of bullets. Even the spike's taken away. Not enough time now at this point for Ryzen.
I love it.
He's wasting too much time, but still Moner's going to do the job.
He's gonna do, but is he gonna be able to run away? Yeah, he ran away from the explosion. No, the fun fact was, yes, they lost the round, but he was playing to make sure that the rifle gets dropped down on the floor. He was trying to buy time for that, but eventually could not buy enough time out there, only 25 HP, and both the players were able to survive. Economical damage, my man. That's a smart macro play out there, but
yeah, it didn't happen though.
Here's the thing, you know, we're seeing some big gaps in the defense of Global Esports Academy because of these big low plays. Time and time again, and I think so that's a bit of a problem which they'll have to deal with, because can't really rely on the alarm bot because of those nasty smokes from BGG time and time again. And let's be honest, Smokey needs to stay alive when he's anchoring the side towards B.
We have seen a decent amount of raw peaks from Global Esports Academy. And at this point in time for Reckoning Esports, they just need to be extra cautious. Once again, they've got a similar setup, just like the previous round too. Deadly 10 all the way back to VCSA. Unfortunately for Smokey, he catches a bit of that damage upon himself.
Lucky.
Even that wall's going to chip away a bit, but he's backs away to safety. He does have 58 HP available. Good enough to fight back. Reckoning Esports, they've already showcased a lot of presence towards the B side, but Deadly 10, the man is trying to execute the evil thoughts. Deadly 10 on the lurk towards mid. Can his flank be successful enough? And unfortunately for Smokey, once again getting a little too ahead of himself. Went for the peek, he wanted to go for the control, but unfortunately that control gets denied by two of the players that were available behind the containers.
They're actually pushing out, disrespecting the wall too, and Envy. Once is Tricky, make it not just one, but rather three.
My double's dead.
Enough, at least they've kept the plant down, but still the plant is not there for Deadly 10. The defuse is coming through, and Deadly 10 himself knows that it's impossible to pull off the round now, so might just go for the save, and that's what he does.
I mean, it's again a questionable decision from Reckoning though this time around. They had the site as well, and then pushing out through their own wall. Wanted to go for the pop flash play, but a couple of players were playing anti-flash. A good idea from GEA, anticipating that Reckoning might want to do something like that. Or maybe just the eggs, or rather the apples, fell into their basket.
That's been one of the main problems of the South Asian region player, right? They always let their intrusive thoughts take over. And over here too was a clear intrusive thought that yes, I might just get a lot of kills if I pop flash out of this wall, but it just did not really work out.
Law. Oh, lucky.
Could have been a shot. But unfortunately, misses by Pixel. Now this time it's going to be a quick take for Reckoning Esports. It's always been one deck for them. The Global Esports Academy just lining him up, just mowing the lawn down. A bucket available in the hands of Monair. Does find one. Now gets his hands on the Vandal too. But unfortunately, Kibo, all it takes is a little glimmer off the skull to cut it off.
Nice round yet again from Global Esports Academy. Now Kibo 2 away from his own Reckoning, and we have seen how pivotal Reckoning has been throughout that previous half. And I'm talking about the ultimate of Harbour on the team though. And QB also got his own lockdown, so pretty good utilities for the retake, but 4 ultimates available on the other side, barring just the lockdown. There should be Reckoning Esports round on the back of Tricky's Dimensional Drift maybe. You've also got the Armageddon up.
Yeah, they've got a lot of ults.
And they want to push all the way towards the A side while maybe Monet.
Oh no, the first duel lost. This is going to be catching them off guard. And look at Tricky, the amount of information, the amount of intel the man's converting. It's insane. Tosses out a clone too to catch the players off guard, and Reckoning Esports is already roaming inside of the site. They've already invested 2 ults, but beautiful placement out the shock dart. What? Ryzen's able to shut down the man who was going for the plant, which is Paradox. A big mechanical god not in the game anymore. And this round can still be in anyone's favor. BGG on the opposite side of the wall, just waiting for someone to peek out, and there we go! He was able to shut down Ryzen, but just 1-for-1 trade's not going to help your team. Tricky and Deadly 10 right next to Monair. While the man advantage is still stacked up with players Reckoning Esports, Monair's going to go for that quick spray transfer to shut the both players down.
And they also use the lockdown in this one, so it's not available for the next one. They wanted to brute force their way through this retake. And eventually, was taken down. Paradox though was picked off because of those shock darts permanently mentioned, but once again, the rafters on the back of that Harbor Cascade being picked out. Interesting to see that it's Reckoning Esports who actually take a timeout in this situation. I think so it's more so gonna help the members of Global Esports Academy to discuss what went wrong in the previous round.
Depends. Reckoning Esports, whenever they go for quick takes like that, it's been working out for them. It's rare that Reckoning Esports is losing rounds when they're going for quick takes like those.
Yep.
So in my opinion, Reckoning Esports should keep on doing the way they have been doing it so far. Just go for those quick takes towards the sides. Do not really let the opponents think too much. Because the moment Global Esports Academy even get a glimmer of what exactly is happening in Reckoning Esports' books, they instantly counter them.
I agree. And also, I think so NV2K now needs to play a bit more passive. He's constantly taking a lot of space over towards the A and is being picked off time and time again. Similar thing could be said for Smoke if we're over towards the B side. So both these anchors would need to play it a bit more safe, maybe a bit more smart. Operator being brought in. Interesting to see. They're still squeezing something up for a buy as Smoke just sticks with a stinger and a half, or rather a full sheet.
Revealing area.
Risky round though. If we lose this, then Reckoning will probably equalize the half.
Reckoning Esports doing exactly what they did in the previous round as well. This time too, being quite quick. Paradox looking forward to invest.
This is how it ends.
The Armageddon as well. And that's being done. That's going to vacate the site once again. Reckoning Esports is going to free roam on the site like it's their own. Reckoning was utilized to try and get the retake back in their hands as quick as possible. Hunter's Fury as well invested. And that's why Reckoning Esports, they instantly need to back away from this take and maybe move back towards the B side itself. From the shadows utilized to try and get the spike control back in their hands. But Ryzen in mid is trying to cut off the rotation. Now uses the recon dart too to try and get some intel, but Monair did not even care about that recon dart. Still went for the raw peak, shuts down the operator. And now it's anyone's piece of cake. Reckoning Esports, they've got the B-side control. They do want to go for the plant as well, but they just do not really feel that freedom yet as they go for the plant. And now Global Esports Academy, with the man advantage, they can try and go for trades. But still, it sounds tough. Reckoning Esports needs to win every single duel that they're taking. They cannot go for one-for-one trade. And that's exactly what Global Esports Academy is looking for. Another one-for-one trade. They've got the man advantage at the end of the day. Beautiful pick from Deadly 10. Even Monair strikes hard. And in the end, it was quite a double peak from both of them. And Reckoning Esports, they steal the round from the grips of Global Esports Academy.
The spray down was impressive. I was about to say that the cove needs to be there and then the refuse needs to be stuck, but Kibo eventually getting picked off out there. See from that POV to a pretty solid execute from Reckoning Esports, but I did like the idea from Global Esports Academy with the Hunter's Fury yet again punishing Paradox this time around. Second round in a row where he's fallen on the back of the utilities by Ryzen. He's been doing a pretty solid job on the back of his right. No other player being successful in terms of those trades. Yet again, a B stack now is going to be execute.
You should run.
Previous round, the only reason why they were able to stop that A take was because of that Reckoning now is available. Now, as lockdowns invested, everyone from Global Esports Academy needs to back away and respect the opponents, and that's what they exactly do. Paradox is going to go for the plant without any problem. That's the plant's done. He was going to try to play the close round this time on. Mickey is able to just line him up without any problems, without any struggles. NV2K on the side did try his best, but his best is not enough.
Now it's going to be a 10 and 10 half yet again. Neck and neck game for this one, even though this map pick is of Reckoning Esports. Global Esports Academy had that lead, but it's being stolen away. Solid pop flash as well. He was fully blinded on the back of it, and then Monair just moving in for a couple of those trades. Now this basically puts the Dimensional Rift a bit more closer.
Keep up.
For another use, maybe an off plant, or rather a plant, or just maybe Nob and back on the back of it. Again, impressive game, but this time look at two players. They're looking for any kind of beaming as well.
I can't use that.
More of a bait.
Esports. This time around, toning down the pace a bit.
Scaling towards the B.
Fiddling with the opponent's mind. Smoke is still ready though. As across his trade, he can expect someone. And he indeed is expecting. But BGG still pretty quick on that trigger. Smoke out of commission. They've already got the B-side control. And now, since they've got the B-side already in their hands, Global Esports Academy instantly needs to play for the retake.
You're calling my bot.
Everyone in Global Esports Academy in a big panic. They know what to expect and what not to. Luckily enough, at least the rotation's there, but the main problem and the main concern for Reckoning Esports is that the spike was not there.
I got this spike.
That's why you see such a massive delay. If Global Esports Academy wants, they can disrespect these smokes and try and move up to the opposite side, but if they do so, they will be greeted with a lot of bullets to their dome.
Yeah, because they don't really have any kind of flashes to do that too, but NB, one pick through the smoke as well. They don't even have the go to actually go for the defuse. They've got to force these fights.
Have to, and oh my god, on the back of that cascade, on the back of that wall, he knew exactly where Kivo was.
Remaining.
This is brilliant from Reckoning Esports, specifically Monair. An absolute mastermind. The moment he saw the wall come out, he knew exactly where the harbor was. And Monair, with his big brain plays, is also securing another round for Reckoning Esports. 11th on the board.
And no money as well for this next round, number 22. Massive play by Reckoning throughout the game. They were trailing, but then again, as you mentioned, small micro plays, though, seeing where the cascade was from, bringing it down through the smoke, getting a pick as well, and instantly transitioning it. A lot of it is being relied on Smokey to anchor down the B side, but the man is being picked off constantly because normally you've got the denial set up on B. You leave it with one nano swarm and let the Viper do the job right now. Play by NV2K. Kibo getting a pick on BGG.
Solid stuff. Global Esports Academy at least starting things off with an advantage in this round. They do not really have the weaponry advantage in this one. Okay, shields taken away, just 85 HP on the back of that, and now Smokey does not have any other option than to back away and respect the opponents, but Tricky disrespects the wall once again. A pop flash right on the face of Smokey, and now that advantage that we spoke of in the hands of Global Esports Academy, it's taken away. And Reckoning Esports is starting to stack these bodies on top of each other. Now the P side looks like a graveyard. And Yubi All he needs to do is just wait for his teammate to try and make a big brain play. He was able to catch the first man, but no, NBTK, even he's able to get a lot done. At least that's going to bring down the man number of Reckoning Esports. They had a massive advantage, but even the spike taken away, and UV, this man is at the top of his game. He's feeling himself.
Sticking.
He's coming through, and UV once again.
Time?
Pretty quick, but does he have enough time? That's my question. And yes, it's going to be the answer. Global Esports Academy, after winning that round, that's going to be the 11th on the board. They pulled that round back from Death's grip.
2v4 being converted, but it's on the back of the heroics yet again. And I think so, you know, for this previous round, I'm not gonna say it's Smokey's fault. Yeah, you would not really anticipate Tricky making this kind of pop flash play. The fact that he was not even traded out there, though, I think so the idea was nice from Smokey to try and deny the plant for as long as possible. But Tricky has been very, very annoying, and it's an attack operator this time around from DG over towards the bench.
The main concern is
Locating targets.
that Reckoning Esports is really giving these individual peaks. And that's why the previous retake was even possible in the first place, because Reckoning Esports was playing aggressive for no reason, peeking angles that they did not even need to. 2K's position is now noticed. Even the dash gets cancelled out. This could have been massive, but no, he still backs away. Luckily enough, there was that wiper smoke.
The other side, though. It's alright, they're gonna hold it all down. Small noise being cut off. Still, it's a stat side. It's gonna push all the players back. Okay, he's been ahead of the curve.
It's not really that man just had a Spectre to work with. And Reckoning Esports once again piling up these bodies of Global Esports Academy. 3-on-4 does seem quite executable. Kibo needs to go massive, needs to stop this spike plan that's coming through. He's banning as well. But unfortunately, the spike's already planted. Paradox backs away to safety towards main. This operator's gonna find a lot of value as even Ryzen gets put to sleep.
Lockdown. Forcing in.
Big brain play needs to be made, but what just happened? Reckoning Esports playing against the time, playing against the odds, but they still win the round. These rounds are extremely close.
Global Esports Academy did not anticipate Reckoning moving ahead of the curve again there. They thought maybe they're going to respect the lockdown, they're going to try and leave the pit at the very last second and then try to survive, but it seems like
just look at the economy.
It's going to be broken. They were just not ready for any kind of fast play, rather. I think so Reckoning Esports are just outsmarting the members of Global Esports Academy this time around.
Every single time. These micro outplays are really costing Global Esports Academy the rounds. Now specifically looking at what they can do and what they have in store as well can also mean quite a bit. 20 seconds left for this tactical timeout. Global Esports Academy is going to try to put everything on the board since they do not really have the weaponry advantage in this one. They're going to try to pull out every single dirty trick they can.
Maybe an aggressive play over towards the A main?
Maybe.
But again, even Reckoning have constantly been showing up over towards the A side. You really want to fight them head on in a 4v4 where you don't have the weaponries. It's a big question mark though. Maybe push out from mid. It seems like none of it. They're just splitting it down to a 2-1-2 default where the Killjoy is going to hold down mid. Don't know if UV also has got any of the other units. Maybe the Viper spread all the way towards the A side to try and hold this position down. But again, the rope is open. It is not covering the top of 410. Can still try and brute force their way and move all the way towards the backside. That's going to render the Viper bit useless. Oh, look at mid. That it should spot Monair. Someone's heard that. Stick to the pause. Look at the smoke. Smoke the turret off, and that's the reason why even UV is already moving over towards the kitchen side to make sure that there's no one lurking there.
Scanning ahead.
Bot taken care of to keep someone on B side. They want to brute force their way through the ropes over towards on top of the Viper split. See, I told you.
They did. The Global Esports Academy. They We're able to find the first one, but then BGG once again trades it back in his own hands.
Coming back.
All missiles away.
Esports, they've already got what they wanted, and now it's the site take itself. Even the Omen smokes are now just denying the vision of
30
Global
seconds
Esports
left.
Academy.
Second is available.
It is, but I'm pretty sure at this point in time, Reckoning Esports knows themselves that they just need to plant a post plant, unless Envy pulls off a miraculous play.
Oh, BGG just moves to the other side. This is insane.
Told you. Envy's gotta be the big man in this play! And if Envy's able to find a lot of value, then a lot of things can be done. A lot of things are possible. BGG
Not
he
planted
knows
by him.
that the diffuse is coming through. He is able to get those kills, but it's just not enough. BGG in the end gets shut down. And we're going to overtime.
Bit of an overkill out there on
Need to drop.
from the shadows. A nasty play, and after such a long time, we saw NV2K actually going in on that flank play. Catching not just one, but rather two. What a round to pull such stuff off. Small mishap out there. Monet has been out fragging out of his mind. BGG 19 and 18. While NV2K steps up for his team big time. Smokey as well, I'll have to give it to him. Even though the first one pick was kind of risky, he still was able to catch one. Now the back of it now, they're back again onto that attacking side as we move to the OT. What a way to start day number 1 of VCSA. Right on.
All missiles away.
First we're seeing an OT, and Global Esports Academy has got a hit for the OTs.
Speaking of history, and at this point in time, Global Esports Academy, they don't want it to repeat.
Launching sight.
Oh, on to that thought, Reckoning Esports, Deadly 10!
Spike
The
down
man comes
A.
back to life!
One enemy remaining.
Quick 3K on the side itself, and now that's going to fumble up the players of Global Esports Academy. Deadly 10 does get shut down. The man in form is not in the game anymore, but still a 3-on-1 seems quite tough to execute, specifically by Smokey. Smokey has not been feeling himself this matchup. Taken down at 70 HP. Paradox, I'm not even sure what happened to him in that entire duel. For Paradox, it felt like he was just not ready.
He's been facing a lot of problem right now, and with the way how he eventually gave the noise, wants to create a question mark as to show maybe he's coming from mid. He's got 30 more seconds now, but
30
there's
seconds
not a
left.
single peak that he's getting. I think so on the back of it,
Oh,
not
no.
going to do anything. And yeah, BGG is going to clear out every single thing, and this rope sound is going to be heard. On top of 14 right now, and it's Monet for the win. Reckoning move up in the lead.
Solid stuff from Reckoning Esports. And now all they need to do is just win one more round. Such a back and forth that's been going on specifically in the late game itself. It's like Reckoning Esports is also messing up. Even the opponents, Global Esports Academy, are messing up big time. From both the sides, it's equal damage tilt.
The question is, how did Deadly even get the second one? It was a nasty
fly.
flick to the right.
Thanks.
Just don't see that happen regularly, but for this game, Deadly, he's been getting those impact frags, I say.
Launching sight.
Time to jump.
Envy.
Here.
Global
Here.
Esports Academy. This operator, Envy was just able to get one, but that's the duelist down. It does not even hurt the players of Reckoning Esports too much with that pick. But Envy taken down, the operator not in commission anymore. That's going to be big side relief for Reckoning Esports. Global Esports Academy does not exactly know if Reckoning Esports is going to be committing to this site. You can see that hesitation.
Deadly.
Deadly 10 is ready with his crosser's train, waiting for someone to peek out. This recon dart is going to give his position away too. Now Deadly's trapped. He cannot even move away from this position. Maybe now he can. Does escape. Backs away to safety. B-side's already in the hands of Reckoning Esports. That's flawlessly taken over. And now
also
Paradox just needs to plant and back away to safety.
We've also got the operator as well in play in the hands of BGG right now, and this was the nemesis that they could not handle. We've got a couple of cascades available and also there's a go, but is it enough?
Unfortunate stuff. Rising shot. BGG
Last player
strikes
standing.
down UB2. And Reckoning Esports starting to line up the bodies off the opponents. Global Esports Academy gets disrespected in the end. As Reckoning Esports, they close out the series in a 2-0 fashion.
The way how you just looked at me while saying that, it's absolutely fine though. We witnessed the OT and I think so. The story of Global Esports Academy playing an OT map on day number 1 of VCSA Split 2025. That's gonna remain the same, be it in Split 1 or be it in Split 2.
At least some history repeats itself, right?
Absolutely. And to be very honest though, previously they played against Revenant XSpark when the first map of Lotus went on to the OT. This time around though, the map of Icebox, which was their opponent's pick, which they could have very well closed out as well when they had the lead. But it's absolutely fine. Reckoning doing a phenomenal job in terms of adjusting and adapting. Now that's where, you know, you see those micro plays as well and the macros and the ideas as to how to counter your opponent's lineup. And I think so, Reckoning, this one is a new revamped roster which is looking scary.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports is indeed looking pretty solid, but let's not forget there's still a lot of those matchups that we haven't witnessed yet. We still have teams like .exe on the mix. We still have Revenant XSpark who needs to showcase themselves tomorrow. So in my opinion, at this point in time, making any sort of assumptions might just be too much. We never know, even Velocity can be countered by Revenant XSpark. Anything can happen in the future stages. But what we know right now is that Global Esports Academy is going to move down all the way towards the lower brackets.
Not something we all were expecting out there though, but you know, my pick and side it did. But
One enemy
I
remaining.
expected this one to go for all the third maps. I wanted to see this series go all
One enemy
full way,
remaining.
but a lot
So your pick him said, is Global Esports Academy going to win against Reckoning
of
Esports?
they're going to lower brackets. I thought Reckoning are actually going to move up in the upper brackets too. Maybe face up with an opponent or so on the next one. I like the way how both of these teams were playing, to be very honest. Yes, there were a few mistakes here and there, but you could clearly see the ideas of what they were trying to do. And on the other side, the adaptation was also on point. It comes down to those intricate timings that you need to pick, specifically by Munair, which he was doing perfect.
I'm not gonna lie, I just want to have a look at Revenant XSpark and Velocity Gaming now. Because these two teams seem like the top, the creme de la creme. So I would just love to see how that one's... Sure, but tomorrow we've got some interesting matches too booting up. But this highlight itself, I mean, quite back and forth, specifically in the final few moments of the game. For a moment, we thought that maybe it can be Reckoning Esports taking the route, but then instantly you would see a heroic play coming through from the opponents, and they would just snatch away. So even Global Esports Academy were quite a big surprise. The MVP of that previous game is going to be Munair, with 27 kills and the ACS of 278.
Perfect performance. You know, you can change the maps, you can change the teams, but one thing remains constant, and that is the fragging of Munair. He's always on top for his team. Picks up the perfect timings as well. Viper seems like a very solid role for him. And again, having those 27 kills, just 3 shy from that beautiful 30 mark too. Again, shows you the domination though. But in terms of the first kills, neither of them were able to dominate. It's 13-13, equal distribution. But the places where changes come are those post plans. Only 8 times Global Esports Academy were able to get the side, while Reckoning were able to get it 11 times and converted 7.
Much better on their attack.
Yep.
And for Reckoning Esports, that's been their strongest suit as well. The moment they move on and amp up the pace, that's when Reckoning Esports was able to win majority of the rounds too.
Yes.
And you can clearly see it in the stats as well. And speaking of the stats too, we all know the MVP from the side of Global Esports Academy is going to be NB2K. 24 kills, 21 deaths, solid stuff on the board. Even UV was not doing too bad. He was quite the heroic playmaker in a few rounds.
I agree. Overall, even Kibo getting a few of those impact frags out there. But again, since we're already on the topic of impact frags, we know Deadly being the guy who was all stepping up when his team needed. Those 2Ks, 3Ks when he's holding on to the side, over in the OT as well, towards the A when it seemed that maybe Global Esports Academy are just going to run it down and maybe get every single thing that they want from that A side. Deadly 10 was like, nope, I'm still standing here, gets a 3K, boom.
Exactly. Match MVP of that previous game is going to be Munair and the ACS of 233. And of course, first kill is just going to be one. Since he was the controller, he was not really the one to enter the site. Instead, of course, as duelists were the one doing that job. But Monero, just that consistency is something that's helping him. And we all know consistency is also going to help you move on towards the Ascension qualifiers.
He's been having that consistency since Split 1 itself, so I think so. Reckoning Esports now just need to utilize this to the utmost perfection and the best potential, and I think so maybe they can eventually take down some of those Goliaths as well, because I'm pretty sure that now they're going to be facing against VLT. I don't want to say what I've picked up in my pickings, but it just seems to be yeah, it's going to be a fun affair. That's all I'll say. Maybe we might see VLT going 2-0, maybe we might see Reckoning pull something out of the hats, you know, maybe a rabbit.
Just
maybe
be
a
honest.
swan.
What have you picked in your
VLT.
pickings?
VLT.
Yeah, but what's the
Obviously.
scoreline?
2-0. That's what I think. That's what I think is gonna happen. But you know what? That's not the matchup for tomorrow. We've got some other matches ready for what's gonna happen tomorrow.
Tomorrow's matchups are definitely going to be quite interesting because we're going to have teams like SDUL, even Revenant XSpark, even .EXE step inside of the mix. So those are definitely going to be quite the interesting matchups. Let's have a look at the updated brackets. As we know, Velocity is going to be facing off against Reckoning Esports in the upper brackets matchup. But tomorrow, we're going to see Revenant XSpark going up against EXE GG. .EXE will be facing off against SDUL.
Absolutely. EXE is gonna be another team which made its way all the way from Promo Relo and now are ready to maybe take on these big giants, big Goliaths. While on the other side, previously known as OG, now .exe is ready to take on this S8UL, who've also got one change in their roster, you know, but I don't want to keep, I want to keep that as a surprise. I don't want to spoil the entire party today.
Tomorrow, we're going to be up again. And tomorrow's second matchup is going to be between SDUL and .exe. What are your thoughts about .exe versus SDUL? Who do you think is going to come through victorious? You know what? Tell me your predictions right now.
The fun fact how you did not even ask me for the Revenant XSpark game is absolutely insane, because I know we both probably have the same answer for that one. For the EXO, you know, I have to say for .exe and S8UL, it might actually go all the way, but I think so S8UL, they're looking pretty solid though on paper. I think so that one change which they did is eventually going to add a bit more firepower to their roster, which was already pretty solid. And I think so they were showcasing that over towards the end as well of Split 1. So maybe if they can keep that consistency.
Yeah, they woke up a little too late inside of the Split 1. That was one of the main reasons why we did not really see a proper comeback from SDUL. But with that being said, the day one really does come to an end off the Split 2 of the Valorant Challenger South Asia 2025. We'll see you guys tomorrow with some interesting matchups. Once again, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Scarediot. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.